with some financials about finance and solidarity to assure you, as I did already at the last Congress and as I do at every Congress, that FIFA is actually doing great. Our accounts are presenting very significant figures, and I can tell you now that whilst the budget of this four-year cycle, which ends on the 31st of September, was of $6.44 billion US dollars, the revenue that we have been able to generate in this four-year cycle, in spite COVID, in spite different crises around the world, is of, or will be, because it will be at the end of the year, of about $7.5 billion US dollars. So over $1 billion more than what was budgeted, which was already higher than the revenues we had in the previous four-year cycle. When it comes to the expenses, because not only did we increase our revenues by over $1 billion, when it comes to the expenses, we have been able to reduce them. And instead of the budgeted $6.34 billion, we have had expenses only for $6.24 billion, with a potential outcome of $6.5 because we will make and agree already in this cycle to some additional investments such as development programs and the like, which will be presented to you as well later on by Arsene Wenger and Jill Ellis. So this means, all in all, with $7.5 billion revenues and $6.5 billion expenses, solidarity payments, tournament organization costs, and so on, we will have basically a net result of $1 billion. $1 billion which we can again invest in football immediately, starting from now and for the next cycle, to make football grow even more around the world. So I would like to simply congratulate all of you, because these results are the results of the work that all of you are doing. It is very important in this particular situation to be able to present such amazing figures. Congratulations to all of you, congratulations to the Finance Committee, to the administration, to everyone, because I think it is really well done.
Okay, up next is the investment in the revenue made by FIFA. There is over $2 billion, yes, around for FIFA to play with, and they are planning on investing it back into football. Football actually made that money, so football should enjoy the money made. Over $2 billion US dollars to invest back into the game. Yes, you need to listen to Gianni Infantino explain the way they will be investing this.
And because we are doing so well, of course, we can invest more in our forward program, in our development program. And the global amount that we are investing in the next four-year cycle for football development increases actually as well. So from $1.75 billion to $2.25 billion. This is an increase compared to the Forward 2.0, so the previous cycle, of 29%. And this is before the $1 billion additional net result that we can show today. So there's certainly more to come in terms of football development. Concretely, and it's important, it's interesting to show this every now and again, this means for every association that instead of the $250,000 US dollars a year that you were receiving only in 2015, so before my election in 2016, today every association around the world receives $2 million US dollars every year as a minimum. So we increased the solidarity program, the solidarity payments, by a factor of 7 in 7 years. Our revenues didn't multiply by 7, they went up a little bit, but simply money does not disappear anymore in FIFA. Money goes where it has to go, and it goes in football development. So instead of 250,000 a year, 2 million a year, and this is the minimum, because of course, in addition to that, there is the travel compensation and the kit compensation for those associations who need it most, and there will be now as well the talent development program on top of all of this. So concretely, you can see the figures, 8 million per association for the cycle, plus 1.2 million for the travel and equipment contributions, 60 million for the confederations, and 5 million for the zones or regional confederations. Again, a significant increase compared to what was the case before. These are the proposals which, of course, will be submitted and hopefully then as well approved.
I'm still talking about the FIFA the president and how he is taking the stakeholders through how FIFA is developing the game as well as spending the money. We will go next to the plan to invest in women football. They say the future of the game is feminine, and now there are plans to invest in women football. Women football is breaking records and needs more attention. So Gianni Infantino is also talking about that.
And we have to focus as well, of course, on women's football. We are at the eve of the Men's World Cup, but women's football is a top priority for all of us, and we have invested a lot in the last few years. 1 billion in the last 4 years, specifically dedicated to women's football. And we can see that today, 85% of our member associations, of all of you, have a women's football strategy in place, have teams in place, have leagues in place, have youth competitions in place. And this is exactly what we want. We need to work on the 15% remaining, and I'm sure at the next Congress we'll be at 100%. On governance matters, because this is also important, we have to focus on the financials, we have to focus on solidarity, we have to focus, obviously, on governance. If we wouldn't focus on governance, we wouldn't be able to invest so much in solidarity and in competitions.
There is a new innovation. FIFA talks so much about how the system of transfer of players, the movement of players is so, it's filled with bottlenecks. And there are a lot of clarity that is needed to make sure that the business of the movement of players is clear to all, transparent, and that has to do with the issue of governance in football. And the FIFA Clearing House is there now. It's just launched. The FIFA just launched the FIFA Clearing House, which is for the exchange of players, transfer, money made by every stakeholder in this process. So FIFA is telling us about what you need to know about what they call the Solidarity Fund as well. So listen to Gianni on this.
So we have created, as you know, and it went live 4 days ago, the FIFA Clearing House. The FIFA Clearing House is this place where transfer payments will go through in order to be paid to the different clubs. We start with training compensations, meaning that clubs have now to pay training compensations and solidarity mechanism through this clearinghouse, and we will make sure that it goes to the clubs who train the players. As you know, today, the reality is that every year clubs pay, acquiring clubs pay around 70 million for the training clubs. In reality, they should pay around 400 million, but this doesn't happen because of how the system is constructed. With this new system, with this FIFA clearinghouse, from one day to the next, as of 4 days ago, we can make sure that every dollar which has to go into training of clubs will go effectively into the training of clubs, meaning that every year all clubs training players in all of your associations all over the world, we receive, instead of 70 million, 400 million US dollars, which is the percentage of the global transfer fees. So this is very important when it comes to making sure that there is transparency, there is integrity, and there is clarity in these money flows, and that small clubs who don't have maybe the means to pay a lawyer, to go and call and go to court to get the money from those clubs who don't pay, will automatically receive this money through this FIFA clearing house.
The next one has to do with regulation of the transfer market itself. There is the regulation of all that is involved. The player on the one side, the agents, and the club. There is so much opacity in that process, and there's so much issues around it. That's why FIFA has had to intervene on a number of occasions. And there are times that some of those issues have gone global. So what is FIFA doing to make sure that this particular process is well regulated, that everybody will have to enjoy the labor or their labor? Let's listen to Gianni Infantino talk about that too.
We have in the last year as well adopted several transfer system reforms, for example on the loans of players, on youth football, on women's football, and of course as well on coaches, which were not regulated so far. It seems bizarre, but it is the case. Now also coaches are regulated. And the next one coming up is the players' agents. The regulation is ready and it will come up later this year.
And also finally, before we go, Gianni Infantino talks about gender equality and gender opportunity has been presented by football. And we talk about how there will be opportunity for all, women, men football, and the youth as well, because there is so much to be done to make sure that as the game is developing, everybody is enjoying and benefiting from what the game has had to offer. This is what Gianni Infantino has to say about that.
Our main task, though, our main objective, of course, of all of us is to organize competitions. This World Cup is the pinnacle. The Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup are the pinnacles. And we are, of course, engaging with everyone, with all confederations, with all associations. And we made real progress in this respect, and we will come out soon, hopefully, with some important announcements there. But I really feel that we have a united front because we all share the same views. We want more youth competitions, so the under-17 will or should be played every year instead of every 2 years, and we have to increase the number of participants to give more chances for participations. We have to think, when it comes to women's football, on a Women's Club World Cup as well, because clubs are the basis of football, and we need to foster that as well at a global level. We need to think about the Olympic Games, why the men's competition has 16 teams and the women only 12. Why can the women not also have 16 teams in the Olympic Games? So these are topics that we will have to discuss and bring on the table. Some decisions are with us, others, when it comes to the Olympic Games, of course, are with the International Olympic Committee. When it comes to men's football as well, we need to see how can we make sure that there are more matches between countries of different confederations. We have some good ideas that we will obviously present to all of you in this respect, again with the collaboration and unity of everyone involved. And then the Club World Cup, which also for the men's competitions has to become a real big, important Club World Cup, giving real chances to more teams from all over the world to participate in a global competition. So this is all very much work in progress to make sure that we don't have more games, but we have more relevant games, more important games, more games between countries and clubs of different confederations, so a better balance in this respect. And we have always to make sure, I'm sure that everyone in this room agrees on that, when you speak about FIFA tournaments, we need to have the best of the world participating in these events and tournaments. So, in conclusion of this address, simply to say again, thank you to everyone. I just wanted to show you in a few minutes that we have been working in the last 7-8 months since the last Congress. We have been preparing not only for the World Cup, but also making sure that FIFA is more stable and solid than ever. Sure that you are proud of FIFA as we are, and remembering always that football unites the world. Again, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you once again to your house, to our house in Doha, to celebrate football, to celebrate the World Cup, to celebrate unity, and to enjoy and have fun. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks for joining me on this edition. Thanks to Gianni Infantino also for reaching out through this program. I want to believe, and I believe that you, if you are a stakeholder in the game of football, you've heard from Gianni Infantino as football business is growing and how we need to do everything to make sure that we grow the game, and not only that, the game also benefits the grassroots, benefits our local markets wherever you're watching from. So, I wish you all the best, and let the game begin as it has already started in Qatar, and we will keep following it, and we will enjoy it till the end. Till I come your way next time, I'm yours truly today, tomorrow, and of the future in sports business, Jide Olaniran.
Many thanks for staying with us on the newsroom. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The Ekiti State House of Assembly has said the impeachment of Boyega Aribishogun as Speaker of the House is irreversible. The Assembly said this in reaction to a statement from 7 senior the impeachment of the former Speaker. Aribi spent 6 days in office before he was replaced by Olubunmi Adelugba, lawmaker representing Imure constituency, who had lost to Aribi during the previous contest for Speaker of the House. In the days leading to his impeachment, the former speaker had alleged that there was a plot by Kayode Fayemi, the immediate past governor of the state, to remove him from office. The chief spokesperson of the Obi Dati campaign, Yunusa Tanko, says Rescue Nigeria has gone beyond politics. Speaking on Friday, Yunusa claimed that the country is going down fast and therefore requires every Nigerian to salvage the situation. Also speaking on the support of the Obi Dati tickets by the Babache Lawal-led Northern APC group based on equity, Yunusa said the Labour Party appreciates that some people are seeing the light and beginning to pitch their tent with the party. Gunmen have attacked and killed at least 3 people in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, during the incident which took place on the Rumokoro flyover in Obio Akwa local government area of the state at about 3 p.m. on Thursday. An unknown number of assailants ambushed and attacked a convoy of Toyota Prado jeeps and opened fire. According to police authorities, during the gun battle, which lasted for several minutes, 3 policemen were killed, 1 person was kidnapped, and a huge sum of money was carted away. A report by the United Nations said that Latin America and the Caribbean could face a prolonged social crisis in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. The report by the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean found that 56.5 million people in the region were impacted by hunger. The report also underscored the lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, with poverty rates remaining above pre-pandemic levels and approximately 13% of the region's population living in extreme poverty. Oil marketers have issued a stern warning to the public, asking them to expect to buy petrol at any price. Marketers under the aegis of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, said the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited refused to give its members products and that they made purchases at 205 naira from third parties. IPMAN National Controller Operations Mike Osatui, in an interview, said that members of the association had bought products for 205 naira and would add 13 naira transportation to the cost. On the foreign scene, the cabinet members of Malawi have reportedly rolled out adverts to congratulate President Lazarus Chakwera on the approval of $88.3 million loan from the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Idris Nasser, a Malawian communications and advocacy campaigns expert, disclosed this in a Twitter post on Thursday. The IMF approved the disbursement to Malawi under the new food shop window emergency lending facility launched in response to food price spikes and shortages caused by Russia's war in Ukraine. The returning Son Heung-min could not inspire South Korea as the Tigers of Asia started their World Cup Group H campaign with a 0-0 draw against Uruguay in Qatar on Thursday. Uruguay captain Diego Godwin and Real Madrid midfielder Federico Valverde came closest to breaking the deadlock when hitting the woodwork in each half, while Hang Ije wasted Korea's best chance, skying a shot from 10 yards out with only the goalkeeper to defeat. And that's it from the newsroom. Many thanks for watching.
My name is Omotoyosi Olarewaju Ogunlende. I'm an artist. I studied art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND. And I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now. May his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me basically. So art has been inside of me basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. In I think 2016, yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch, no particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, you know, it caught my attention. And I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila! And I saw different forms of string art, you know, from normal, you know, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, you know, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understanding some string artists in the diaspora. Now, what made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, if I should say that, in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally, it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Challenges basically is not a widely accepted form of art in this part of the world, because trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to get people known and all that, it has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to how you charge and all that. So basically, that has been the challenge. So far, so good, basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread. Yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, a bit challenging. But so far, so good. God has been wonderful. First and foremost, I would say displaying them at galleries, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, which I had a group exhibition last year, different strokes, with four artists, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle. I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now. That's our own gallery, So that's basically how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. For me, my greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. Future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists basically. For me, that's my future plan, and I'm hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. Say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative at what you do, you won't be here. So for me too, yeah, people say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there is money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way and the fame. Indirectly, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker. She just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it. But somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, to also keep up my craft. So basically for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. there's nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically, for me, the materials I use and how, well, that's what I've been told, how neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails, basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically, for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. You get it? So for now, so far, so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. For me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, you know, or the foremost, or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which we're still working on, we're still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though. Yeah, whether I like it or not, you know, it's a plus. People who know me to be, okay, the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, you know, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, you know, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. Even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, you know, Baba Oshinowa and Co, you know, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. So I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God. Though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are lots of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, yeah, hardworking, diligent, focused, you know, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. I won't lie to you. Yes, I do get injured. I even have I have a scar on my thumb right now, and oftentimes yes, I get injured, and you just stomach it and you forge your head. Basically, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block. For you to say I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
Many thanks for joining us on the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has voted to increase the benchmark interest rate by 100 basis points to 16.5%, the highest since 2001. The CBN Governor, Godwin Emefiele, disclosed this while reading the communique of the last MPC meeting of the year on Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. The MPC said the tightening would curb a higher rate of inflation and restore investors' confidence. To speak more on this development, Chijioke Ikechukwu, the Managing Director and CEO, Bristol Investments Limited. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, what do you make of the MPC's decision to raise interest rates to 16.5%?
Yeah, this rate was expected, and we also expected, I expected personally that CRR was going to be increased just because of the aftermath of the announcement of the redesign of Naira, the fact that a lot of money was going to come into the system, and so they will want to reduce the money circulation by increasing the CRR. But that notwithstanding, the aspect of adjusting the MPR to meet with the current inflationary situation was actually expected, and that's what has happened. Now that it's happened, what we're going to be expecting is the fact that banks are going to be adjusting their rates, and their rates in the sense that people who have taken monies from banks are going to be receiving letters right now to adjust their rates upwards. And if that happens, that means money in they're going to be passing down that particular burden to ultimate consumers, because people, there are already facilities that are already in place by these commercial banks. And what that means is that they're going to ensure that monies actually will just get into circulation and reduce as the case may be. Yes. So if we expect this to happen, there is also the fact that this may actually trickle down to costs of production, because a lot of manufacturers are going to borrow money and going to ensure that things are done. So we expect that cost of production is going to increase, and that is going to obviously affect prices of goods and services.
Now, the CBN has increased MPR a couple of times this year. Do you see this move taming rising inflation, as the CBN governor has expressed?
Yes, there are a lot of other reasons. Of course, first of all, you just know that this is a global situation. The inflation that we have experienced in the country is being experienced by many other countries, especially even the developed countries. And we have seen them increase their rates as high as we cannot imagine. And so these are all the things affecting the kind of adjustments we are having right now. However, there is also the flip side of it. The flip side is the fact that it is expected that investors are going to also, foreign direct investments are going to come in, because what it means is that you bring in your funds into the country, rates are going to be higher here. So even if you just liquidate any investment you have in other countries and bring it in, you're going to have a very better yield. So we're also expecting that direct foreign investments are going to come, and in fact, portfolio investments are also going to be here. And so these are some of the things we expect that to happen.
But beyond direct foreign investments, let's look at the manufacturing sector, which of course, over the past months, voiced your concern about the CBN, increasing interest rates. So in real terms now, how do you think a rise of interest rates to over 16% will affect this sector?
Obviously, manufacturing sector is going to have an adverse effect of this increase. I can see that many of them may not be able to cope with the rising cost of production, which is actually an additional cost on an already high cost of production. Recall that we already have, high cost of power and energy. Buying of diesel has been out of the reach of an average manufacturing company. So if they build, many of them will not be able to cope with the increasing cost of production. So what it may mean sometimes may be that some of them may just close down shop and ask employees to just go home. But for some of them that are very resilient, they are going to adjust certain costs and reduce certain costs in other areas, and probably reduce their workforce in order for them to remain in business. For such also, we expect that they're going to pass down the cost to the ultimate consumers, who are you and I, and so and we continue to pay the higher price of existence in Nigeria. Of course, the quality of life and standard of living, quality of life is dropping, standard of living is getting high, and an average consumer is having to struggle for every purchase to be made. And this is actually part of the cost, the outcome of this kind of increase in interest rate.
Now, we've seen other global economies such as the UK raising interest rates with the CBN governor, Gordon Emefiele, saying as long as inflation keeps rising, the CBN will be left with no choice than to hike up interest rates. But is this just a textbook solution, or are there other avenues the Central Bank of Nigeria could explore to ensure that while interest rates are kept at minimal, inflation rate also doesn't skyrocket?
Yeah, one other way to ameliorate the burden without using just the monetary policy is just to also attempt to use the fiscal side, fiscal policy, and in fact the trade policy if need be. You know, having to say, okay, gentlemen, instead of you guys having to pay a lot for your goods and services, the fiscal policy is such that we are reducing your burden on taxation and you're removing certain debts you're owing and things like that. So there could be certain things that may be done. But if we continue to follow the monetary side, monetary policy side, it's only natural that as far as the inflation rate continues to rise this way, it is given that the interest rate cannot be far lower than the inflation rate as we have seen it. So somehow there has to be that match to be able to remain in business.
Well, Chijioke Ikechukwu, Managing Director and CEO, Bristol Investments Limited. Thank you very much for your time and contribution. Well, we'll take a breather here. Money Matters returns shortly. Just stay with us. Welcome back. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has called on the Nigerian government to double value-added tax to 15% in the next 5 years from the current 7.5%. This is part of the recommendations offered by the staff of the Bretton Woods Institution at the conclusion of its 2022 Article 4 mission in Nigeria to help improve Nigeria's ailing economy. The IMF added that Nigeria can solve its issue of revenue by adjusting tax rates to levels comparable to the average in the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, as compliance improves. To eliminate red tapeism, it also called for strengthening interagency coordination and data sharing. To speak more on this, Taiwo Oyedele, Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa Tax Leader at PwC, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining us, Taiwo. What do you make of IMF's recommendation of a 15% increase in VAT?
Yeah, thanks. I think the conversation around increasing VAT rates has been on the table for some time now, especially by the IMF. They've always had the view that Nigeria's VAT rate is one of the lowest in the world, which on one hand is true, except that it may not exactly paint the right picture, because in many countries where you have the VAT rate at about 15%, you also have what we call the full input credit, such that when you buy assets in form of investment, you can get all the input VAT back. When you pay for services, you can recover your VAT. Essentially, the businesses don't bear a lot of the burden relating to VAT. Only the final consumers will do that. And then you have an extensive list of items that are exempt from VAT and those that are zero rated. In other words, the incidence of VAT does not fall on the poor people, it does not fall on businesses, and therefore is essentially carried by those who can afford to pay a little bit more. So that conversation around rates has to happen in Nigeria, if at all, along with the reform of the VAT system, so it's more transparent and affords full credit like the rest of the world. And the timing has to be right, because I have concerns that this time that inflation is rising and poverty, based on the recent data, multidimensional poverty is 133 million people. So it may not be the right time to start raising tax rates.
Now, how feasible is a VAT increase of 15%, especially when you consider Nigeria's current economy?
Yeah, to increase tax rate just requires government to amend the law. So actually increasing the VAT rate itself is not a problem. Government will just amend the rate. But if what you mean by it, whether it's feasible, is whether Nigerians can afford it, it will still go back to the question about how it is designed. So if today you're asking the person who is able to afford a 5-star meal in a restaurant, where a plate of a meal will go for as high as 20,000 naira, you ask them to pay 15% of that, by all means, I'm sure they can afford it. But if you have people who don't know where the next meal will come from, and then they are trying to just have, maybe a bottle of a drink or a loaf of bread, and then you ask them to pay more. They can't even now. They are struggling to survive, so they can't give what they don't have. So what would then happen in situations like that is you push more people into poverty, inflation rate will go up, and then you may have to deal with social crisis. And I'm hoping that government will take all of that into account and be able to use data and evidence in making the decision such that it is right for Nigeria, not just what the IMF or any other institution is recommending to them.
Now, by recommending a VAT increase, what do you think the IMF is trying to help Nigeria achieve?
Of course, I think the IMF, they are trying to help. So I don't see anything wrong with their recommendations. It's for us as a country to receive that recommendation and look at it from the lenses of the issues we are dealing with and localize it and see whether it's implementable, to what extent and in what format or shape or structure. So what the IMF is trying to help Nigeria with is that Nigeria has very weak revenue, such that the budget deficit for 2023 is projected to be even more than the entire revenue of government. And once you get to that level with the rising interest rate and yields, it means that it will become more expensive for government to even borrow. And the more government borrows at higher rates, the more the pressure on debt service costs as a percentage of revenue, which is already extremely high. So if you think about that, you say, where can you make revenue from? And how can you save on wasteful spending? And that's where the conversation about removing fuel subsidy comes from and raising VAT comes from. All of this is to help Nigeria improve the fiscal space, which if it happens, everybody will benefit. Nigeria's sovereign credit rating would improve, which means banks and private sector can even borrow at lower rates, which is good and necessary for investment, expansion, creating jobs, and lifting people out of poverty. So the overall objective is noble. It's just a question of how do you get there in the most pain, I'll say less pain rather, in the most affordable manner that does not create too much dislocation and does not result into social crisis.
Before I let you go now, what must the government do to balance the situation in terms of getting the needed revenue, but at the same time not placing more hardship on the people?
Yeah, so all those recommendations by the IMF are quite predictable. So if inflation is rising, the textbook solution is you keep increasing interest rate, right? But again, context and balance is always very important. Within the context of the Nigerian economy, you're not finding the same impact when you raise interest rates as you find in most countries. The reason being that the economy is largely cash-based. In the developed world, people have mortgages, they have credit cards, and once you start raising rates, they actually see their mortgage repayments go up significantly within a short period of time. They see on their credit card that for every $1 that they spend, the cost of that amount goes up, and then they start making adjustments as to their spending. And then once demand and all of those purchases reduce, then you start seeing inflation moderating. But we live in an environment where 1.3 million people are poor. They don't have discretionary spend. So these are people who are just surviving, trying to find what to eat. So I have a lot of the cash in the economies outside of the banking system. So I don't think that continuing to raise interest rates will solve the problem, especially when the same central bank is giving trillions of naira to government in ways and means. So on one hand, you're trying to mop up money from circulation. You're trying to make it more expensive so that people want to save rather than spend. But you're also sending money to government to spend. So that doesn't help in a way. And, ultimately, if you think about how can government raise revenue without complicating the economic situation, I'll say the first one is we have a significant compliance gap when it comes to taxes. In my estimation, about 6 to 8% of GDP is being lost in tax evasion and aggressive avoidance. So government needs to use data and intelligence to try and bring everybody into the tax net to pay what they need to pay now, not to increase the rate, but just get everybody to comply. Because if you increase the rates, those who are trying to do the right thing, who are compliant, will bear an additional burden. And before you know it, they might even become uncompetitive to play in the market where other guys are doing the same business, but are not paying taxes. Another one is harmonization. Today, you have over 63 MDAs, that's government-owned enterprises, that are trying to collect one form of tax and levies here and there. With high cost of collection, some of them using consultants, and a lot of inefficiency and sometimes waste and corruption. So why can't we just harmonize the taxes so that only Federal Inland Revenue Service collects all the taxes and levies for government and government agencies? That way they can bring the cost of collection down. Government can harmonize the taxes so they are not 60-something different taxes. They are less than 10. So there are things we can do, in my view, to raise tax revenue without necessarily introducing new taxes or increasing the rate of existing ones, which in my view is like the easy solution that government is trying to do instead of doing the hard work.
Taiwo Oyedele, Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa Tax Leader at PwC, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. And it's a wrap on the program. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. See you next time.
Deep inside Ekwe, along the Lagos Lagoon, more than 145 villages are tucked away, far from the bustling city life. Lagos State, a vast expanse of lagoons and creeks with substantial coastal terrain, is both a place of interest and enigma. A beautiful disaster, a seaweed from South America, has taken over the lagoon, stopping life in its tracks. As far as the eye can see, water hyacinths create the sensation of endless green fields peppered with brilliant pink flowers. Women are giving birth depending on nature only, and their children are growing up, waiting for power and education, hoping for the future.
kò jẹ́ ká jẹun àbá síìkì kò jẹ́ ká rí bí jáde olóyún ó máa ń bímọ sínú ọkọ̀ a lè lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ká tó gúnlẹ̀ sí tọ́ọ̀kì wàhálà yẹn wá pọ̀ jù àríbi jẹ àwọn kọ́sítọ́mọ̀ wa tó bá lọ sí ọ̀sà báyìí a máa gbé oúnjẹ lọ fún wọn lọ́hùn ni àríbi jáde ó dìtẹ́ẹ̀nì wa nílùú àríbi lọ síbì kankan àdẹ̀rí iṣẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan ọ̀sà là ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà là ń ṣe ṣó ti yẹn sìn ọ̀nà mọ́tò yẹn gangan kán wá bá wa ṣe kó dẹ̀ wá bá a la ibi kán wá pa àkógbèbù kán bá a ṣe títì wa bá ti bá a ṣe títì wa à ní gbádùn.
From Ologbokere to Bodun, Oriba to Ibon. In coastal villages in Ekpe, people urgently need access to healthcare, clean water and sanitation, energy, and the means to ensure their livelihoods.
Omi mímu ó jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa. Sometimes tá bá máa mu omi àfi ká gbé ọkọ̀ ká cross lọ sí other side láti lọ pọn omi borehole. Kí cross sí other side yẹn máa ń dojú kọ water hyacinth tá bá máa cross. Ìgbà míì ẹnu ọmọ mi lè lọ kó já lò 3 hours ní ìrìn tí ó yẹ kó ju 20 minutes. Tí ilẹ̀ bá ṣú wọn ẹ̀fọn mosquito ló máa jẹ wọ́n tí ó máa tó wá fa àrùn sí wọn lára. A ò ní hospital tí ìjọba lè fi máa care fún. Ìṣòro ńlá là ń dojú kọ tí àgbàlagbà bá sick, especially tí àwọn obìnrin bá lóyún tán bá máa bímọ. Èmi ọkọ̀ la máa gbé láti bí ká tó dé Èjìrìn, èmi àti bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. Èmi ọmọ ẹ̀ á bímọ tán máa bleed tó jẹ́ pé èmi faint ká tó lè dé Èjìrìn. Àdẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láyé ń wojú ẹ̀. Àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tán bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tó tútù bá ti mú wọn àti gbé wọn dọ́sípítù náà wàhálà ni. Èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò jẹ́ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tó jẹ́ pé òbèlè kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital. Èmi àti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà ni ọkọ mi ṣe àdẹ̀ máa ń ẹja yẹn máa lọ ń tà so àwọn ìgbébùnrin tó bá ti ìgbà bíbá yìí ó máa ń wùkú wa àráyè ń jáde a lè lo 3 days 4 days ní ẹ̀yìn bíbá yìí a ní ráyè jáde rárá láti jáde lọ ta àwọn ọjà wa kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣá so ìgbébùnrin yẹn gbogbo wọn iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí òun la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí la fi ń jẹun so tí ìgbébùnrin tá bá tún wá ti lọ dẹ wọn kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó máa ń ba gbogbo iṣẹ́ àwòrán yẹn ó máa ń bàjẹ́ so máa pcc ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ la fi ń manage àfi ń jẹun bí so tá bá dẹ̀ ti pé kọ̀ọ̀kan yẹn bàjẹ́ ṣá àbí kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kò dẹ̀ sí ìfẹ́ pọ̀ láti ẹ̀ máa wá owó láti tún fi lọ fi ra nǹkan ẹ̀mí so àwọn gbébùnrin dẹ̀ máa ń disturb tẹ́ kó máa ń ba nǹkan yẹn jẹ́ tó dẹ̀ máa ń pcc ẹ̀.
Mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú mo wá sí bíbá láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí wọ́n máa ń pẹja ń lu yìí torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́ mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom torí ẹ̀ mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
Nǹkan tí mo rí ìgbà yìí ni pé bí ìgbà yìí bó ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀ so school tó dẹ̀ wà bíbá yìí náà kẹrì kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀ kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ ń bíbá school tó wà bíbá bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bíbá yìí fún wọn student wọn ní bíbá yìí kò dé tí wá sí títì kò tún sí omi kò tún sí ẹni tí bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà ní gbòòrò kò sí ní bíbá yìí so nǹkan tó ń tẹ̀ wá ní bíbá yìí nìyẹn.
Basic sanitation is absent, since their source of drinking water, the lagoon, also serves as the main conduit for waste disposal.
We need to create a coastal development agency at the level of Lagos State that can look at housing, infrastructure, water supply, health system for these people. We need to make this environment comfortable for these people to live in. Lagos is not just about the central Lagos or metropolitan Lagos. First and foremost, we need a short-term intervention. Government needs to come and reach these people at their health, especially in the area of health challenges, water supply, and schooling. Secondly, as a long term, we need to create a coastal development agency at the level of state to address holistically all the problems encountered by these people.
This project is a call to action to support the sustainable development and human rights of these riverine communities.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Many thanks for staying with us on the newsroom. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The Ekiti State House of Assembly has said the impeachment of Boyega Aribishogun as Speaker of the House is irreversible. The Assembly said this in reaction to a statement from 7 senior advocates of Nigeria condemning the impeachment of the former Speaker. Aribishogun spent 6 days in office before he was replaced by Olubunmi Adelugba, lawmaker representing Imure constituency, who had lost to Aribishogun during the previous contest for Speaker of the House. In the days leading to his impeachment, the former Speaker had alleged that there was a plot by Kayode Fayemi, the immediate past governor of the state, to remove him from office. The chief spokesperson of the Obi Dati campaign, Yunusa Tanko, says Rescue Nigeria has gone beyond politics. Speaking on Friday, Yunusa claimed that the country is going down fast and therefore requires every Nigerian to salvage the situation. Also speaking on the support of the Obi Dati tickets by the Babache Lawal-led Northern APC group based on equity, UNICEF said the Labour Party appreciates that some people are seeing the light and beginning to pitch their tent with the party. Gunmen have attacked and killed at least 3 people in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, during the incident which took place on the Rumokoro flyover in Obio Akwa local government area of the state at about 3 p.m. on Thursday. An unknown number of assailants ambushed and attacked a convoy of Toyota Prado jeeps and opened fire. According to police authorities, during the gun battle, which lasted for several minutes, 3 policemen were killed, 1 person was kidnapped, and a huge sum of money was carted away. A report by the United Nations said that Latin America and the Caribbean could face a prolonged social crisis in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. The report by the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean found that 56.5 million people in the region were impacted by hunger. The report also underscored the lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, with poverty rates remaining above pre-pandemic levels and approximately 13% of the region's population living in extreme poverty. Oil marketers have issued a stern warning to the public, asking them to expect to buy petrol at any price. Marketers under the aegis of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, said the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited refused to give its members products and that they made purchases at 205 naira from third parties. IPMAN National Controller Operations Mike Osatui in an interview said that members of the association had bought products for 205 naira and would add 13 naira transportation to the cost. On the foreign scene, the cabinet members of Malawi have reportedly rolled out adverts to congratulate President Lazarus Chakwera on the approval of $88.3 million loan from the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Idris Nasser, a Malawian communications and advocacy campaigns expert, disclosed this in a Twitter post on Thursday. The IMF approved the disbursement to Malawi under the new food shop window emergency lending facility launched in response to food price spikes and shortages caused by Russia's war in Ukraine. The returning Son Heung-min could not inspire South Korea as the Tigers of Asia started their World Cup Group H campaign with a 0-0 draw against Uruguay in Qatar on Thursday. Uruguay captain Diego Godwin and Real Madrid midfielder Federico Valverde came closest to breaking the deadlock when hitting the woodwork in each half, while Hang Ija wasted Korea's best chance, skying a shot from 10 yards out with only the goalkeeper to defeat. And that's it from the newsroom. Many thanks for watching.
I'm trying to say that machine has beauty. Already there are many people involved with recycled art. So this is recycled art, but I'm trying to show that when a machine has lived its when a machine has lived its normal life, and you put the engine into pieces, what you see there is quite beautiful. I mean, most of the time the machines are covered up. When they run in cars or motorcycles or in planes and so on, they are all covered up. But until you dissect them, you don't actually see the beauty, When we talk about beauty now, you're talking about beauty of circles, you're talking about beauty of squares, you're talking about beauty of cross-hatching, all kind of beauty. And then when, again in the hands of the artist, those beautiful parts are combined, then you have even more beautiful things. In other words, the artwork or the scraps or the engine has reincarnated. Some kind of metamorphosis has taken place and it has a new life. So it is that new life that I'm presenting.
Beauty and the Machine is focused on recycled art, where he makes use of waste and discarded materials to create works of art. This time he repurposes these erstwhile worthless materials into embodying art and becoming more useful. And if you look at it, these are materials that in their ordinary form as waste, they are more harmful than when actually put in use.
Art is feeling, art is reflection. When do human beings stop feeling? When do they start reacting to situations around them? They continue like that. And so it doesn't, you don't stop feeling, you don't stop reacting to things like that, and you just continue to go. Therefore, there's no kind of retirement. You can only move from one idea to the other. Move from one idea to the other. If you are, as a younger person, there were other things I was doing, there were things that interested me. As an older person, I had other things I'm interested in. But right now, I want to reflect on the environment with the materials that are recycled. Recycling is not actually a new thing, but the engine part of that brought out brings some kind of beauty, which I want to show.
So this is just one of the works that you would see that particular thematic focus. And this particular work, yes, it's still each of the works in general, they aside from being byproducts of waste materials, they all have a particular story they tell. So it's not just, we are not just pushing recycled art. We also have a thematic standing, which is the focus of the exhibition too. And this particular work, yes, it has the whole trado modernism touch, and it's still Well, we could talk, it's one work where you try to go in deeper to absorb it, to fully understand it. It's a work that talks about the hunter's victories. And each of these elements, you see the rod, these are all car rods that have been welded together. You see the dancers from beadworks, you see the 3D cowries that have been reused and reused and reused. You see the PVC pipes which form the staff, which form the totem, kind of, that are all pointing to, or they are all making up these works. They are making up as the principal instrument of the works.
I am particularly struck by this shrine, where Onobrakwe has achieved his characteristic technique of being able to integrate materials from different sources to create something that has a mystical aura about it, as he has done here, for example. And by the word mystical, we are referring to something that looks mysterious, difficult to explain, but it's also fascinating. This looks like a typical Babalawo structure, but how did he manage to achieve this sense of the strange, the eerie? That's a particular potent force in his work. And then I'm also so struck by what you mentioned and what she described as shadow modernism, where he has placed metal structures along with metal structures and then replicas of chips, electronic chips, along textile forms and images he has created by his own hand. So how this idea of merging the electronic, the digital, the found materials such as an animal horn together to create one force is a demonstration of a particular motif in African let me put it this way, post-classical African art, whether in terms of literature or in terms of art. By post-classical I mean art emerging from a period whereby it's a fusion of various cultures, Western and African. In the context of Onobrakwe, he's demonstrating a particular rallying cry of the Zaria School of Art, of which he is one of the founding figures. And their concept, as described by Uche Okeke, one of their main figures, one of their main theories, is that of natural synthesis, whereby you synthesize the Western and the African to create something original.
The African art has graduated into what you might call the post-African art. So what you see there, the statement I'm making is that that is a post-African art. In other words, it still does the type of thing that the old art does, but it does more than that. It reflects the life that we live now, not the life that our forefathers and grandfathers lived. So I'm trying to say that there is a post-African art. Most people don't think that there's something like that, but there's post-African art. And what you see there is a transition between the old art and the new art, the contemporary art. So the contemporary art is really, in the country, in Africa, is a post-African art. You see the form. The form itself looks like the form of a guitar, like the form of a guitar. It's just that the strings this time now are poles. Right. What I'm trying to, if you look at the poles, you'll find at the end you have some kind of decorations there. Take one pole apart, and you see that it's like a scepter. No, so what this guitar is doing is trying to tell stories of some particular individuals who have achieved a lot, achieved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 important things in their life. So the guitars are emblem of achievements. In our country here, we are achievement-oriented society. And every individual, just look at every individual, there is something about their life, there's something they have achieved. And these things can come out in forms like stuffs like this that can be put in a place where they'll be remembered. Ladipo market is like one Nigeria, because you see every ethnic group, every ethnic group there. It's there, and life spills around. There are all kinds of experiences. People are preaching on one hand, they are dancing on the other hand, and sometimes they are fighting, and then they are buying things. And then important people have their cars by the side of the road and they are depending. So what you see in the Ladipo market area is a very interesting form of art.
If you're familiar with Prof's works, he's a very traditional person. He's very bent towards his culture, and it's really evident in his works.
For me, Bruce is a master, and this exhibition is further affirmation and confirmation of the talent that he has come to represent, the pride of Africa. Because when you see a mind that can put from trash such beautiful artworks, then we can only just increase our admiration for him and wish him many more years in this field of making us.
The younger ones, how are you, what are you doing, to bring up young people along this line so that, when you're not here, when you're no longer around, your legacies are maintained, there are people to carry on from where you would have left off?
Thank you for that question. I answered that question a long time ago by instituting a foundation and creating an informal education setup where I train young artists. But beside that, I have young artists working with me, learning and following my footsteps and so on. I have people now who think the way I think and can carry on whenever I stop.
My name is Adu Shedu. I'm from Kogi State. I live in Abuja. I'm a fashion designer tailor. On that last year, October 2020, early in the morning, I fetched water for my wife. After my praying, I fetched water for my wife. Around 6, I went to go to my working place for St. Farako. And when I reached the junction for police somebody here, I see crowd. Everywhere was blocked. I tried to find my way. I cannot find my way. I went back to house again. Around something 10 to 11. I said, make I find my way go work. So I get family. My daughter is 2 months that time. I can't find my way. I just stand. They leave people where they protest. I'm not a protester. I'm a fashion designer. I tailor where they hustle up and down to feed my family. After then, police just came. They shoot. The next thing when I just see my leg, they call, I'm not carry my leg again. Where would it get? They thought they do everything, they clean my body and my last, they clean everything. We go and do another X-ray again to see how the inside do. Where we did the X-ray after then, the doctor charged us 400 and something. But since then, my brother actually not have much like that. So maybe they carry me go Gogolada hospital, general hospital for Gogolada. One doctor waiting for the hospital come bring one number. Said na youth where they in charge of this NSAS. Anything will happen to somebody like this, they feel help. Actually, we try the number. By God's grace, the person where they pick the call. I'm talking to them, I don't even know the person where pick my call, than a woman or a man, I don't know. He and the doctor speak. She transfer the money to the doctor. They start the treatment. People in Nigeria, they can do money from almost like 60,000. One day, all they hear say I will hear and say all panel, the people where panel, where government choose for this thing, anything where this thing affect, they help, they make the report. We go to National Human Rights for inside town. We almost like 5 or 6 people. The guy where the parent where they kill in different for where bullet hit for chest. They follow us go that time. Where we reach there, we stay for gate. Now we they sing. Now one person come call us and make one of us or the person where they in charge make it enter inside, make go meet the people they there. After they meet the people, they come and say make they come tomorrow. The next day, almost like 3 days, my brother called them. They say the people never answer them very well. That the government they bring a black paper and they need to bring white paper if they want to do better thing for people this thing affect. But today I never hear from them because this thing, this police don't make this life tire me because this my leg now, no feel and do anything. Even the bullet is still there on my leg. The place where the bullet the doctor said they no fit remove am for now because they the way the vein dey. Now here in there. They will not remove am for now. Let the bullet come off that place where in there. If they want to remove and they could come enough harm to my leg. Even like this my leg, not remove am like this. But I try to move like this, I fit do am. If I want use and do work self, but if I want try to use and do work, make I dey use and do exercise, no fit use and do work well. I dey use industrial machine. If I use and press machine like this, the thing to carry and come back, I no fit carry and come back. I just need help from Nigeria government, need help from police, please. They don't scatter my life. I know all this will happen to me. I not be expect. Since almost a year now, I stay for house. How are you they feel now? They got another question. I don't know. But my brother always try for me. But I don't feel like on my brother forever. Just thank God say I see their life because my time now reach. Now they God know how it takes in my life. Me, I don't even know. If that will you hit me for tail, hit me for head. I don't know how God even give me a miracle. How it takes in my life. I don't know, sure. I thank God for everything. I just thank God for everything. Let God save my life.
Danfo is the most recognizable cultural icon or artifact as it is in Lagos currently. You know, when you look at every city in the world, most cities have like a particular structure or object or something you can use to represent or identify them. Lagos has quite a number of artifacts, but I think and I believe Danfo is like an outstanding cultural artifact that once you put it, it symbolizes Lagos, and everybody who knows Lagos can easily recognize Lagos with the Danfo. So I feel it's the best thing to do by using Danfo to create my art, or using it as my major means of telling my artistic stories. Portraits of public figures in Lagos. It's a collection that is talking about people who play important role in our day-to-day lives in Lagos, just like the truck pusher, like the market woman, the Okada man, the keke rider, and even the conductors and the agberos. They are making Lagos go in and keep Lagos moving. So I believe when we talk about public figures, some people might want to think about some particular people who really are not serving the public. So I believe these people have been playing important roles, and they've been serving people over the years. Have you ever imagined like a particular driver who runs like 5 trips in a day, and he runs the road for 1 week? How many passengers is he serving? How many people is the conductor attending to? They are actually public figures, but because we don't really see them as important enough, that is why we don't honor them enough like the way we honor some other people who really don't serve us, and we consider them public figures. But I also believe that these guys are public figures, and they should be given some recognition and should get some reward for the work they have put into our culture today. So that's why we have them as the major means of my characters for the exhibition. I want to believe minimalism is a reflection of my personality, because every artist sort of is representing himself or herself, and it's the way you behave, the way you think, the way you do things, and the way you love things. That's how you will create your own art. So your artwork is just like a reflection of your personality. So it's just an expression or an extension of you. So when you see minimalism, it is me you're seeing, and it is the way I think and the way I behave that is reflecting in my work. And another thing I like about these works is that it's very easy for you to get people interested in the message, because there is nothing else distracting them from the message. So minimalism takes people straight to the point. So once they see just one line, there must be something about it, and that is all we are trying to decode. And it makes more sense instead of clouding a painting or a drawing or an artwork with so many other unnecessary subject matter. The exhibition has gone global already, because first it's done in Alliance Francaise de Lagos, and Alliance Francaise in other countries like in Accra, in Nairobi, in so many other countries. They have been seeing them also liking the work, and people from all around the world, even as far as America, Europe, have seen the show. So first, the show has gone global with the collaboration I had with Alliance Francaise that has puts this work to limelight, and I believe after this very exhibition, many other people and galleries would want something like this to run in their space. So that is already in the making. A lot of conversations are ongoing, and I am trusting that it's going to be great in the next outing, because it's going to be another big platform just like the one we have here. For these works in this particular exhibition, they are all paintings, and the paintings were done with acrylic on canvas. And so basically it's acrylic on canvas I used for this work. Although I work with so many other materials, like I do digital creation sometimes, and I print on canvas as well, then I also do installation. So I quite have multiple forms of art, but for this exhibition, acrylic on canvas. Yeah, there are a lot of VIP downfall buses on the streets. If you would have noticed, like sometimes they write VIP. I have been into vehicles with VIP. I even took selfie right inside it because I was in a VIP downfall. So automatically, I want to believe it's a VIP driver. The passengers are also very important people. But conductor basically is a very important person in the downfall bus because it's more like the accountant, it's more like the HR person, is still the PR person. So I think I'm just trying to put some respect or trying to give some honor to the functions or the duties of a conductor who administrates the downfall bus. So that is why I created the VIP conductor after creating the fine boy conductor. Yeah, the fine boy conductor should just probably refer to like a fashionista, but in this case, it's just trying to show a little bit importance that is needed to be accorded to the conductor. And I have never included blue on a painting that has to do with Agbero conductor before. And blue, for me, it's a bit royal. And putting it on this painting is just because I'm trying to honor a few conductors that I would have entered their buses and appreciated the way they were managing the transport bus. Some of them are very good entertainers as well. So that's why I have a VIP conductor here. This is market woman. My mom is actually the market woman, and I was born around that period when she used to be actively selling in the market. She used to sell at Boundary Market because we were living at Ajegunle then. So right in this painting, I depicted myself and her, like I'm the one at her back, and she's carrying me like she would carry me to everywhere when I was young as a child. And I tried creating a design of a wrapper with the tomatoes and pepper she used to sell. So that's why you have the circles of orange, yellowish, reddish kind of colors, which shows pepper tomatoes. And right here I depicted like the yellow and black nylon that they use in selling in the market. Although it could also serve like a downfall because she probably would be entering downfall too at that point in time. So I just try to create a story that will show the everyday experience the regular market woman goes through. They leave the house very early in the morning, sometimes around 4, 5, even with babies like me when I was small. And whatever the weather was, the children experienced it with their parents. So that's my life, and that's what the painting is about. Yeah, right at my left is Fine Boy Conductor. It's one of my favorite pieces from year 2020, and I think it's quite a very popular and loved piece because I knew I used it to apply for Artex review back then, and I was selected for it because I think the work speaks volume. And you know, like I said earlier about the other piece who was a conductor, I was talking about the importance of conductor in the Lagos traffic system, and I have met a fine boy conductor before. I can remember one particular guy that I entered his bus from mile 2 to Oshodi. He sounded like a graduate because his English was very polished and he looked quite neat and good, and I just felt like, yeah, their conductors were also fine boy. And probably situations around us in Lagos or life, or since some of us don't have opportunities to get what we want, some people might just choose to do that in the meantime. So it's just a thing of recognizing those people who want to genuinely make their life or make ends meet for themselves. So you could find some fine boy conductor, and I think they deserve some honor and some respect as well. That is why I did a particular piece just to honor the fine boy conductor. I have another of my beautiful pieces, and it's the Danfo driver. And I think Danfo, to me, suggests speed, a lot of time. And capturing speed in art is not really easy because the art is static and it's still is just there. But I think I tried showing the speed in the body of the driver himself by showing some kind of cut lines which you could also connect to the way they design Danfo buses. But another thing I have known about the Danfo drivers is that because of the hardship of the road and the people they are dealing with, they have to have a different kind of high, and their eyes are red because they have to deliver. So I have just tried capturing all these plenty stories and events that happen on the daily basis in the Danfo driver's life in this small painting. And I also try showing the Danfo bus with the yellow colors and the black line down here. So basically, if you want me to begin to explain color again, I could tell you that, like, you know, they have some kind of hopes and beliefs and a future for their business or for whatever they're doing. So like you could see, I have a different color that is not common in the Danfo scheme, just to show that aspiration or desire for something more beautiful that could come out of all these experiences. I knew I also met a driver who, not a Danfo driver actually, but a driver who was telling me that he's believing that someday he's going to carry somebody in his vehicle and they would be able to discuss about things in life and the person could change his life. So he has very, very positive expectation about the work he's doing, irrespective of being there. He believes there's something better for him out there, but he believes the person who is going to make the difference could be one of the passengers that will patronize him. So I just think I would encourage Danfo drivers to keep the hopes alive if they have hope. For those who are losing hope, I'm encouraging you to have hope, because there is hope, and once we keep the hope alive, the difference will be made in our lives. I have my Danfo chief right here beside me, and I know in every kingdom they kind of have like royalties or chiefs or kings or people that they hold to some respect or some regard. And in the Danfo sector, we have people that we actually look at and we give some regard to, like from the park, from the streets and all of that. And somehow they don't get any chieftaincy title for their position, but people respect them because of the personality they have right in the park or on the street. So I just felt that there was a need to create a painting that could honor like those people who have really put themselves in position to control and place some sort of order in the Danfo system. So in the painting, I try creating like a bead made with black and yellow, just to use the Danfo color for the chief. So this is the chief. I hopefully would also want to be one of the Danfo chiefs in the future, because it's going to make my work make more sense to people, because I'm also trying to make a difference with Danfo. So that is why I created Danfo chief. For those of us who patronize Danfo buses, we have met different people inside the bus, and we know one of those popular characters I have personally encountered are those fashionistas, or those slave mama as we call them, and you may never believe some of them enter Danfo buses because of the way they carry themselves. They could enter a Danfo bus to a journey, like they started the journey with a Danfo bus, but they end up entering maybe like a ride or a drop later, and they don't want to create the impression or give anybody the impression that they patronize Danfo. And I think what I want to do is to get us to talk about that story, about those kind of people. And so that is why I did the yellow CC, and the yellow just resonates with the color of the Danfo. So she's a Danfo CC, and she's more or less like every other passenger, but she wouldn't want to be associated with Danfo. But I am saying, babe, I saw you in the Danfo bus. The next piece right here is Journey Just Come. That's the full word. In Lagos, all of us know in our JJC with the column. So when we say JJC, we're actually referring to a newcomer, somebody who is new to Lagos. And once somebody is new to Lagos, the tendency that the person is new will reflect in the way the person behaves and the way the person does things. And you know, just to make it interesting for people who are new in Lagos to know that there's something like JJC, I have created a painting that talks about such kind of people, or that will make people to reflect about their traveling to Lagos. If they are coming for the first time, they just need to get people who will give them the right information, so they would have a very wonderful experience in Lagos. I tried making it a little bit symbolic by, like the body of the person shows more like a direction. So this person is calling out for direction, and the person has the chances of getting the right direction, which was symbolized with the blue line, or getting the wrong direction, which I have symbolized with the red line. So, and for this very JJC, or for every other JJC who probably were not fortunate enough to meet the right person, their eyes could turn red after a very funny experience. So that's why the figure here has a red eyes. So, and I think anybody who is new to Lagos and hears about this work would be conscious of the fact that they're in a new environment. It's not only Lagos, wherever you go to, you will also become a JJC, not until you get used to the place and the people and what they do. So, but it's a good thing to experience new things, to travel around, and that's the more reason why I created this particular piece called JJC. The prevalence of Okada in Lagos especially, I think, is as a result of the constant traffic we experience. Even on my way here, I faced traffic for almost half of the time that it would have taken me to get to the gallery space, and I think it's really a concern for so many of us, because we want to move and people would rather want to jump on bikes just to save time. I live around mile 2 axis, so I can tell people much more about Okada than so many other people who live in some other areas in Lagos, because the traffic there is just crazy most of the time. And because of that, people take Okada. I found myself in traffic for hours, but just because I am not the Okada person, I would rather sit in the traffic. But I think it's just important to say something about the Okada culture, and I could say some of them are very, very reckless, and that's the more reason why I don't recommend it, but I have taken it at so many occasions too. So I just tried capturing the Okada man, because I believe the Okada man is a significant figure in contemporary Lagos culture. The concern about culture, both for Nigeria and for everywhere in the world, is that it metamorphoses over time. There are things that were used when I was a kid that I'm no longer seeing them used by anybody anymore, and that is how the government have tried to see how they could face off Okada, even if it is still there. But I just believe that every aspect of our experience or our Lagos today should be documented, and all the characters should have a place on my canvases. So that's why I created this Okada man. But this piece is interesting because it depicts somebody who has become what he's doing, like you become your profession. You are inseparable from your profession. You cannot be understood in isolation. You could see the man holding the bike, and you could see the circles down there. So, but his body has become part of the machine that keeps the Okada going. So you can't separate the Okada from the man. And everybody in Lagos knows that we call them Okada man. So we have even used the language, that's the linguistic connection of the word for that person to include his profession. So calling him Okada man is like tying Okada to his personality, and that's like a professional name for such profession, even if it is not considered like a real profession. But I just think it makes sense when you create pieces that really speak volume. It's more or less like what I did in my truck pusher painting. I know you can't cut the word truck away from the pusher, so it goes together, and the truck pusher is one person, but in the painting too, the truck and the person, they are one. So it's just that kind of interesting thing I think I've been able to create through this particular piece right here before us. I have Area Mama right beside me, and you know, she's like a very, very popular character in the streets most times, because there are always women like that in very many societies or on the streets, where some people are very much recognized because of their influence in terms of their personality, and in most cases like in Lagos setting, when it has to do with the Danfo guys and all those kind of things, they are very colorful people. They wear like different colors, like very fashionista. You see several piercing, you see colored hairs, and you know, all of that. So I'm just trying to depict that flashiness of an area mama in this very painting. So that is why you see the colors very vibrant and coming out. I wouldn't know why ladies like blue, but I tried borrowing blue and pink, each color, just to show that love and connection for for blue and pink. So I want to believe you will love it when you see it in person.
I think it's an interesting tribute to all the people working on the street of Lagos, because we all know that Lagos is very, crowded and busy, and the hustle and the bustle of Lagos. But the way Mr. Danfo represented is a very minimalist way, with just few lines. It looks like it's not much work, but it is actually. And I think the fact that he called this public figures of Lagos is interesting, because when you look at it, you might think it's just few lines, or it's a robot, or you're not very sure, and then you understand that it's the KK driver, it's the Okada man, and the way he represented it is quite intriguing, because it doesn't look like that in real life, so it's a nice transcription.
I've known the artist for more than 12 years now, and he has passed through my studio a couple of times. I knew him when he was in school. He was always bringing his ideas, and I saw him as a young man who is full of ideas and is always itching to express himself. So when he came up with the idea of Danfo, in fact, what I told myself was that I'll come and sit at the show, and I'm here. What I've seen today is the use of lines, shapes, what we call geometry, to achieve an effect of what we also call minimalism, meaning that you can use a line to represent a human being. That means you have minimalized that particular figure. So that is what he has employed to express himself, and it has come out in a very beautiful way, because when you go through the work, you will see stories rendered in a very simple way that is not complicated, and that's also very easy for anybody, any Dikanhari, to understand. That is the essence of what he has done. I think I need to commend him, because many artists will not do this part.
I came to find a very interesting show here by Linus. It's a young man, a young artist whose work is really interesting because it's historical. It's work that dealt with reality. You know, it's work that concerns itself with about issue-based matter that we find around in Lagos. If you come to look at the works, you find the yellow buses, which is quite significant into almost all the pieces he has done. You find the Okada rider, you find the Keke Napeps, and you find the fact that it's trying to call our attention to see the kind of people that commute us from one place to another. We all board some of these means of transportation, like the Keke Napep, the buses, the Danfo, and some of these drivers are sometimes very high on drugs, and we kind of risk our life allowing them to drive us even roughly on the road. And if you try to talk to them, they complain. For you to find an artist quite interested in these details is something that piqued my interest in coming to the show to see what the artists have done. And sincerely speaking, it's awesome what I'm seeing on ground. He's not interested really about just decorative art. These are works that dealt with issues that concerns the average Lagosians. Lagos is quite home for almost all sorts of people. You find almost all the tribes of Nigeria in large quantity in Lagos, and the artist have taken his time to look at what is very common to almost all the public living in Lagos. For me, it's a very interesting show, especially for the fact that these are issue-based ideas.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I am Mary Kanu. Governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, has described the presidential candidate of Labour Party and former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi as his brother, describing their differences as fundamentally political. Soludo's remarks comes 10 days after his opinion piece on of using his presidential election bid to play a game he could not win. In his remarks, Soludo said he would soon meet with Obi to iron out their differences. The Federal High Court sitting in Osogbo has nullified the local government election conducted by the Osun Independent Electoral Commission. Ruling on the matter, Justice Ayo Nathaniel Emmanuel of the Federal High Court Osogbo declared the election null and void for not being conducted in consonance with the Electoral Act of 2022. The court also ordered the chairman and councillors elected into the local government across the state through the process to vacate office with immediate effect. The federal government has said that the country requires $410 billion, with $10 billion per annum to address the nation's energy constraint and policy flexibility, as well as achieve Nigeria's transition plan by 2060. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Temipere Silva, who made the disclosure on Thursday at the 7th meeting of the National Council on Hydrocarbons themed roadmap and strategic opinion towards achieving energy transition in Nigeria. Represented by the ministry's permanent secretary, Gabriel Tanimu Aduda, the minister said Nigeria is committed to achieving carbon neutrality, ending energy poverty by lifting 100 million people out of poverty and driving economic growth. A New York City's annual Thanksgiving Day parade has kicked off in front of millions of spectators. The parade is back in full swing this year after 2 years of COVID-19 restrictions. About 3 million people were on the sidelines watching 8,000 performers officially usher in the holiday season. And oil prices rose in Asia on Friday despite thin market liquidity after a week marked by worries about China's demand and haggling over a Western price cap on Russian oil. Brent futures rose by 41 cents to trade at $85.75 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures went up by 57 cents from Wednesday's close to $78 a barrel. On the global scene, thousands of university and college staff in the United Kingdom, including lecturers, librarians and researchers, have declared a strike to demand pay increase and improved working conditions. The University and College Union, UCU, the UK trade union for university staff, said the strike, referred to as the biggest in decades, is to improve quality in the education sector. The strike, which began on Thursday, will also be held on November 25th and 30th. In sports, Iran claimed a famous 2-0 victory over 10-man Wales on Friday as Carlos Queiroz's men scored 2 goals deep into added time to keep their Group B clash at the World Cup campaign alive. Iran's win moved them into second place in the group behind England, who face the USA later in the day. That's all on the newsroom. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding and then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God should compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together, you understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for a new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can easy the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I passed out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan,
a classroom where there is no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs, the chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what, an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
I met a friend on Facebook, a Zambian precisely, so we talked about migration, that's me coming over to Zambia for a good job. So I was into fumigation and clothes selling, mobile sales before I left. So when the thought came of relocating to Zambia, when I checked the economy of both countries, I found out that Zambia, though small, but their currency is quite better than Nigeria. Applied for visa, my visa was granted, I purchased my tickets, and then I left. I flew through Kenya Airline. That was on the 1st of June. I arrived Zambia on the 2nd. And then I called this my friend, and I told him I'm in Zambia. So where I was, he moved me to another lodge, a hotel. And that was where I was assaulted by him. He was even dragging my passport. He wanted to get my passport, my yellow fever vaccine card. But because I hid it very far, he couldn't get access to it. He tore my bag, went away with my BTA. It's $885, and then I didn't see him. He absconded. When he left, he didn't pay the hotel bills. He had gone with my money. I couldn't find my money in my luggage. So when I noticed that things were not what we actually planned, I had to become friends with a gardener boy in that hotel. So that previous night, I was asked to move out of the hotel because he didn't pay the bills. But I noticed that he and the receptionist were in good accordance, So I tried asking the receptionist, did that man tell you he was going to come back? He said no, and he's owing for a night, that I can't stay in that hotel. So they had to seize my luggage, seize my properties. I had to look for where to sleep. So that fateful night, I slept in an abandoned vehicle where I was almost gang raped by 3 guys. I had to start this Nigerian movie. I'm with HIV, I'm with this, I'm with that, So you want to, sleep with me and all that. So they made away with my travel documents, my return tickets and all that. They thought it was an envelope of money. So they went with it after tearing my jean and all that. But they couldn't have access to, because I started shouting. That was around 3 o'clock in the morning. I started shouting, creating scenes, so they ran away. When you leave Nigeria, and I left genuinely, but what I proposed wasn't what I got. So it was while I was in Zambia I discovered I was human trafficked. So it's real. When you go, you come back, you're alive, you just say, God, I thank you, and you pick up the pieces of your life and start all over.
Welcome to the program. I am Abisola Adebayo. Nigeria state-owned NNPC Limited has officially started drilling for oil and gas at a field in the northern part of the country that has reserves of 1 billion barrels as the country seeks to produce crude outside the Niger Delta region of the country for the first time. According to NNPC Limited, the phase 1 of the coal mining project would have an oil refinery, gas processing unit, 300 megawatt power plant and fertilizer plant producing 2,500 tons a day. NNPC Limited first announced in 2019 the discovery of crude oil, gas and condensate in commercial quantity in the Kolmani area between Bauchi and Gombe states in northeastern Nigeria, a region that has been battling with Islamist insurgency for a while. In the flag-off ceremony earlier this week, President Buhari urged NNPC and its partners to work with local communities and draw lessons from the restive Niger Delta, where militants have in the past blown up pipelines, accusing oil companies of neglecting locals. Although no major oil firm is involved in the project, local firm Sterling Global Oil and New Nigeria Development Commission, a conglomerate owned by 19 northern states, will be in charge of the project. Now, what exactly does this mean for Nigeria's oil and gas industry? You know, oil and gas expert Bala Zaka is on the program today, and he will be joining me to discuss all of this further. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. So,
thank you.
Let me start by asking, what is your reaction to this? You know, Nigeria started drilling oil in the northern part of the region. How would you react to that?
Well, when I heard about the discovery around Kolmani and the arrival of Mr. President for flag-off, well, it was something I appreciated generally. But looking at it also as an expert or as a practitioner in the oil and gas industry, I've always known that Nigeria has basins. You know, we have sedimentary basins and we have promising basins. As I speak to you now, I think we have about close to about 7 basins or thereabouts, starting with the prolific Niger Delta Basin. You know, we have so much fossil fuel there, or oil and gas, as people describe it. When you look at Lagos area or Lagos axis, I mean, Lagos axis falls into the basin we call Dahomey Basin. Oil has been discovered also there. When you look at the Anambra Basin, you know, I mean, oil and gas have been discovered. Then we have other basins that I have always described, or we can technically describe as potential basins. And those basins are like the Benue Trough, the Chad Basin, the Gongola Basin, and you have the Bidda Basin and the Sokoto Basin. So technically, Kolmani falls under Gongola Basin. So based on these discoveries, I mean, we are happy as practitioners, we are happy as Nigeria, and I think the oil and gas industry globally is happy. What we are waiting to see is the crystallization of activities, you know, so that at the end of the day, I mean, Nigeria will benefit from it, surrounding communities will benefit from it, the oil and gas industry community, whether locally or globally, will appreciate these discoveries.
This particular oil field is proposed to produce an estimated 50,000 barrels of oil per day. You know, that sounds like a big deal. What would you say to that?
Well, when you talk about endowments, when you talk about progress, as long as it is called progress, even if the increment or the increase is infinitesimal, as long as it is a positive increase, I mean, people will always appreciate it. What we don't want as Nigeria is we don't want stunted growth. We don't want a progress that will be backwards. But as long as it's a positive progress moving forward, we will appreciate it. Because you're just talking about oil now. You know, as we speak, Nigeria's proved reserve in terms of crude oil endowment is in excess of 36 billion barrels. And when you talk about crude natural gas, Nigeria's proved reserve in terms of natural gas is in excess of 200 trillion cubic feet. And when you talk about potential reserve, you're talking about something close to about 600 trillion cubic feet. That is huge. Because as you see Qatar today, I mean, World Cup is going on in Qatar. As lit as Qatar, as bright and as rich and as glamorous as Qatar, Qatar is just benefiting from just natural gas or their gas endowment. Then a country like Nigeria has natural gas and also crude oil endowments. In fact, Nigeria is more of a gas nation than a crude oil nation. So when you look at that, the only thing you can ask is what has been wrong in terms of trying to transform Nigeria into a great country. What is that thing that has made it difficult for Nigeria to diversify so that we can look like other great nations?
So now, how beneficial exactly is this discovery going to be to Nigeria's revenue generation?
Well, first of all, when you talk about fossil fuel, Nigeria has been enriched. And whether people accept it or not, as we speak today, crude oil and gas constitute a very strong energy source globally. And people should not be deceived. In the next century and the century beyond, crude oil and gas will continue to be relevant and will continue to remain a very strong source of energy. Because as I speak to you right now, even coal is a very strong energy source and income generator for some nations. So moving forward, crude oil and gas will continue to be relevant. But we even are talking about cleaner fossil fuel. Even when you go to cleaner fossil fuel, Nigeria is more of a gas nation than an oil nation. What has always been the problem of Nigeria is trying to manage our God-given endowments. And let us get it very, very clear. Quote me that I said, the natural endowments that we have had, whether in energy or human beings or other solid mineral, is something that we can only appreciate the Almighty. But management, having visionary leaders that will make sure Nigeria is on the right pedestal and that will make sure Nigeria is on the right track, has always been the problems that we've been having. Because as I speak to you right now, Nigeria has everything to be an energy hub. Nigeria has everything to be the continental hub for Africa. But management, having that God-given endowment is one thing. Ability to manage it and crystallize it into something that will be beneficial to citizens, whether at local levels in Nigeria or to the Nigerian community or to the continent of Africa or to the global community, is another thing entirely.
Talking about management now, the situation with the Niger Delta region is not news to a lot of people, despite how blessed that region is. So what are the things that you would think the government should do or put in place so they would not repeat the same mistakes with the Niger Delta region?
I think this is my suggestion to the government of Nigeria. The government of Nigeria should come out clean. If we are having insecurity issues, say we are having insecurity issues. If we are having vandalization or theft or kidnapping issues, say we are having that. And the reason why it's always good to come out clean and be honest is when you say the truth, then people are ready to cooperate with you. But if you are losing investors and you are telling your citizens that the investors are moving away because they want to go into other sources of energy or they are diversifying. Meanwhile, in real sense, the investors are running away from business climate hostilities. Business climate hostility, this time around, I'm not talking only about the oil and gas industry. When you talk about business climate hostilities, they are probably running away from armed robbery. They are probably running away from extortion. They are probably running away from general insecurity. They are probably running away from community issues. They are probably running away from high cost of operations, like energy cost and the rest. So sometimes it's good to say it so that citizens will collectively make sure they support their governments to get it right. Because if the government is doing well, then citizens can be taken care of.
Right, so do you think this discovery might eventually spur solution to the security challenges in that region? Because how exactly is the government expected to attract foreign investment if there is no security in that region?
Well, like one thing about first of all, let us get this clear. Crude oil and gas is an international product, or they are international products. And that simply means you will continue to get foreign direct investors. You will continue to see the interest of the international investors and the international community. But there is one thing about the oil and gas industry. No matter how sweet your crude oil looks like, no matter how high the API gravity looks like, no matter how high what we call mobility ratio of your crude oil looks like, no matter how nice looking and other characteristics, or attributes of your crude oil and gas look like, if there is no security, your country or your product or your environment will not look like an attractive investment haven. So the first thing oil and gas industry practitioners look out for is security. So, and the security in the context of Nigeria is something artificial. With all the opportunities that are bound now that should make Nigeria to generate so much money, it is not the fault of anybody but Nigerians that we have bandits. It is the fault of Nigerians that we have kidnapping. It is the fault of Nigeria that we have community issues. It is the fault of Nigeria that we have pipeline vandalization. But if we can come together in national interest and most importantly, support our leaders and make sure also we have visionary leaders, of course, security is something we can nip in the bud. Once we fix security, then everybody, whether local or international investors, will see Nigeria as a positive and a very good investment haven. And if they come in to invest, coupled with the corporations of Nigeria, then it will be a win-win situation for all parties.
Right, so let me ask you this question as an expert. Are you confident that this project will be a success? Considering the fact that even the refineries, most of the refineries in this country are not even working right now.
Whenever I'm asked a question about the success of Nigeria, especially in terms of crystallizing God-given wealth, into positive products, I tend to be a bit reserved. I will continue to be a bit reserved because I have my practical reasons. As I speak to you right now, despite the need for energy, fossil fuel, in the context of Nigeria, quote me that I said, in Nigeria today, we do not have up to 15 active drilling rigs. And if you don't have active drilling rigs, how are you going to produce to meet up with your OPEC quota? How are you going to produce to even meet up with your internal budget plans and take care of your budget deficit? So it is one thing to be blessed with the resources. It is another thing to make sure you have visionary leaders that are supported and are surrounded by supporting lieutenants, so that everything about that endowment will yield positive products for the general benefits of everybody, whether the citizens, whether the country, whether foreign direct investors, whether the continent of Africa or the global community.
Right, so this discovery is the first of its kind in the country's north. Do you expect more of this in that side of the country?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, like I said, we have potential basins. In fact, those basins, we call them potential basins, and sometimes they are described as frontier basins, especially in the Petroleum Industry Act. What that simply means is they have so much endowment that we can never tell whether maybe they are in commercial quantity or they are not in commercial quantity. One thing about endowment is this: you can have it down there, but sometimes it is the technology that will determine whether you can deploy the technology and be able to recover whatever you need. Sometimes again it could be security issues. We could have issues again with bad governance. We could also have issues with bad policies. So there are so many things. But our hope and prayer is that we will continue to make discoveries, not only in the oil and gas industry. We pray to make more discoveries in solid minerals. We hope and pray to make discoveries in agriculture. We hope to make discovery in science and technology, engineering, and the rest. But it is one thing to make all these positive discoveries. It is another thing to have leaders and we have technocrats that will make sure we benefit. And let me give you a practical example. Right. If you look at the way and manner the oil and gas industry in Nigeria has been mismanaged, quote me that I said, had it been the crude oil and gas in Nigeria or that we have in Nigerian reservoirs were not natural gifts, if they were to be based on creativity of leaders, if they were to be based on transparency of leaders, if they were to be based on the morality of leaders, quote me that I said Nigerian crude oil and gas will have disappeared to the reservoir of some countries. And that's the extent to which we want our leaders to help and put our country, which in all the other aspects, put our country on the right trajectory. Once we get it right on the right trajectory, quote me that Nigeria stands to become a great country and a leader, not only within the continent of Africa, but among the Committee of Nations.
So although one would agree that this is one of the biggest discoveries of the President Muhammadu Buhari-led administration, but you know, some people are beginning to toe the line of, oh, this discovery was made possible because of the APC administration in government. What would your reaction be to that?
Well, this is the way I will answer your question. If you ask an average person that doesn't really know much about the history of oil and gas in Nigeria, they will tell you that crude oil was discovered in Oloibiri in 1956 or 58. But I can tell you as a practitioner that searching for crude oil in the Niger Delta started as far back as 1948. That was the period it started. So, but many people will not know. When you even talk about the Gongola Basin, search for oil in the Gongola Basin started a long time ago. The only thing I can tell you is within this time frame where we now have a President Muhammadu Buhari in power, certain things came into crystallization. But I will always say one thing. For a good Nigeria, we should put political affiliation away. We should put religious affiliation away. We should put regional affiliation and sectarian affiliations away. What we need to do is to look at national interest. And our prayer is that, yes, Kolmani activity started ages before even President Muhammadu Buhari thought of going into politics. But within his time as a president, yes, certain things crystallized. And our belief is long after President Muhammadu Buhari, we will see more. Other frontier basins will be explored. But at the end of the day, Nigeria will be the one to be better for it. Not any political party, not any individual, but the totality of Nigerians.
Right. Oil and gas expert Bala Zaka, thank you so much for coming on the program, and thank you for your insights.
Thank you.
Well, we'll go on a short break now, and when we return, we'll be talking about something else entirely. Stay with us. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us on the program. So the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, is expected to appear before the Senate Committee on Special Duties to explain why the sum of 206 billion naira was inserted in the 2023 budget for the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. The committee issued the summons when the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Farouk, defended our ministry's 2023 budget proposal earlier this week. The decision was made sequel to the ability of the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs to provide details of the proposed allocation. Farouk told the panel that she did not know how the 206 billion naira was inserted into our ministry's budget by the Ministry of Finance. She explained that our ministry in 2022 requested for funds for some projects for the Northeast Development Commission and the National Social Safety Net project, which was not released then, adding that she was surprised that 10 times the requested fund was now allocated in the 2023 budget. The Senate has now asked that the Minister of Finance appear before it with details and plans for the allocation made, despite the country's dwindling revenue and struggling economy. Anyways, joining me to discuss this further is Dr. Lanre Suraj, is the chairman of Human and Environmental Development Resources Center. Thank you so much for joining me on the program. So this budget padding allegation, what do you think is going on? How would you react to it?
Well, I think what we can say is now going on is part of those things that we've actually happened to condemn problem with this government, which is about lack of coordination in the management of the affairs and also the operations of the government of President Muhammadu Buhari. And that is actually working now in the interest of, accountability. And also the oversight function of the National Assembly is also being appreciated, now. And I think they are waking up to that responsibility of real budget provision and proposition scrutiny. This is actually the role that the National Assembly was statutorily mandated to play. But what the National Assembly has been doing before now is either to conspire for padding or even pad their own budget. And at the same time, many times, the conspiracy with the civil servants and also the ministries. But the discordance that we've always experienced with this government, which has been almost the hallmark of the government, with ministers, arguing on particular issues separately within this government, is actually playing out. So with the denial by the humanitarian affairs of how the 206 billion got into the budget provision, it's good for democracy. And it's interesting. And it would be better if we eventually have the National Assembly seeing this to a logical conclusion for people to also be appropriately indicted and the president mandated to take necessary actions. Interestingly, it is not just the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs. I think the total of what has been in the public domain would be in the range of over 400 billion. We've seen that there's almost the same thing in the budget for the Ministry of Defense. There's the same thing in the Ministry of Health and several other ministries where several amount of money have found their way into the budgetary provisions for this several ministries, and obviously from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is the last stop before the budget preparation gets to the president for transmission to the National Assembly. So for me, this is where you're seeing the positive impact of the negative activities and operations of the government.
So what exactly will be the implication of this situation?
The implication of that is for, one, the people who are responsible for this. I mean, because the Ministry of Finance cannot make provision that does not emanate from the assigned ministries. So there's no way that the Minister of Finance can justify any form of inflation of the budget of any ministry. So for that reason, this is more or less the opportunity for this government to actually hold responsible, appropriately sanction people who have been responsible for padding, and start the investigation even from the 2022 budget that will be ending very soon, by ensuring that we find out what exactly happened with the budget and how were they were padded, because people must have padded the 2022 budget provision and allocation, and then we will be seeing several forms of money disappearing between December, January, thereabout, when the fiscal year is coming to an end. The second point is, you can imagine where the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs even said that some of the budgetary provision for the ministry under the 2022 budget has not been released to the ministry up until now. So there will be a need to investigate that and hold people responsible for what that just happened.
Right. So do you see this maybe as just administrative incompetence, or is plain corruption?
No, this is not just plain corruption. This is an entrenched corruption. This is corruption taken too far. This is the highest level of impunity that you would experience from both civil servants and also politically exposed persons, political appointees. And that, like I said, the Minister of Finance would have to take responsibility for this, for what I've just played out. I mean, you're talking about several ministries, not just one. You're talking about a situation where ministries have not even in any way made some of these provisions before. One thing that is also clear is the fact that some areas where the civil servants have, as a tradition, padded the previous budget must have actually also been blocked. And some of those opportunities are not just available again, because they are pathologically, entrenched in the process of reaping some free money from the budgetary process, must have driven them to do this blatant, crass form of padding and overloading the budget for this to have happened, and possibly assuming that the National Assembly would not have the opportunity and detailed engagement of the process to ask questions like that just happened, which has now exposed several things. And like I said, the National Assembly must take this seriously with the president. The president must be compelled to take action, and where sanctions can be imposed for us to prevent the reoccurrence of a similar situation.
Right, Dr. Larry Sura, the Executive Chairman of EDA Resource Center, thank you so much for joining us on the program, and thank you for your insights.
Always my pleasure.
Well, that's how much we can take on the program for this week. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see you again next time. Bye-bye.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Hello and welcome to another
another edition of Ecosphere. I am Mary Kanu. Now, 2022 has been a year of big weather events. A climate catastrophe in Pakistan that killed thousands and displaced millions. Europe and parts of China experienced extreme temperatures this summer, and the U.S. continues to see a consistent lack of rainfall. Meanwhile, millions in the Horn of Africa are starving due to an epic drought, and in Nigeria, the recent flooding that destroyed homes, hectares of land, and killed over 600 people was also a reminder that climate change is real. This is the reason why the meeting of world leaders, environmentalists and activists in Egypt at the Conference of Parties, otherwise known as COP, is a big deal as it provides a platform for African nations to discuss a climate finance package to advance the African Union's climate strategy. The 27th edition of the conference is ongoing, and discussions on mitigation and adaptation methods as well as other issues have been raised and are being discussed. Well, to bring us up to speed with some of the discussions, Aribabu Suleiman, an environmental activist, joins me on the program live from Egypt. It's good to have you join me. Now, it's 2 days until the end of COP27. Now, what has been achieved so far? What are some of the highlights and discussions that have been held so far, especially regarding Africa?
This is the high-level week of these negotiations. Ministers of various countries will be coming in, while their group of negotiators will be handing over to the ministers in case there are issues that they are unable to agree on. But in terms of whether this COP is living up to its being as an African COP in terms of the expectation of Africa, I cannot say that in a positive. I cannot respond in a positive for now, but then we still have more than 2 more days of negotiations which will go. So some of the expectations for Africa in terms of adaptation financing, in terms of loss and damage funding mechanisms, in terms of mitigation commitments are not coming through. Expectations in terms of special needs and consideration for Africa are not flying the way we are thought. However, the negotiation still continues, and some good decisions. But don't forget, this is called the implementation COP. So meaning that a lot of the commitments on Paris Agreement, a lot of the commitments from Glasgow, this is where we should be talking about how do we implement, what needs to be put in place, what funding mechanism, what commitments or pledges are being made, and how are these being actualized, what kind of partnership do we build for implementation. Because the next COP 28 in the UAE will be the global stock taking, and you cannot do global stock taking unless there have been some severe, intense efforts around implementations. So for now, the negotiations are still on, and we keep raising our voices with the hope that it will break conscience where it ought to be, and have some positive response in terms of the outcomes of the negotiations.
Well, financing has been on the front burner. You know, African nations have made demands for monetary commitments from developed nations. Now, will money solve the issues of climate change in Africa?
Money is required to solve the issue of climate change. Perhaps the question will be, do I see the money coming? So there's a lot of money we need to come to Africa, even though Africa's share of climate financing, climate investment is still very poor. For instance, in terms of renewable, Africa's share of the total global investment in renewable is just about 3%. So Africa needs money. Money will do a lot, especially for building resiliency to our big transportation system, our health systems, and all what have you. Especially in terms of those monies that are supposed to come from climate debts to be paid by developed countries who have brought us all to where we are at. Because if you remember, since Copenhagen and then Mexico, 2010, there has been this fund about raising $100 billion of 2020 annually. This has not happened. Not much of that has been given. And Africa is actually saying that for adaptation, the continent will require that the bar be raised to about $150 billion annually to 2025. None of this money seems to be coming. However, there are other monies in terms of private sector money. Is it the kind of money that the continent needs to build resilient infrastructure, to build resilient energy access, to industrialize? What manner of money would be beneficial that do not push the continent into another depth of debts, which we currently are in? So those monies that ought to come based on different common but differentiated responsibility and capabilities principle of the convention do not seem to become. Yes, a lot of money you hear, but these monies are far in between. For instance, it's estimated that there is a gap of about $125 billion annual gap between what Africa needs for our energy infrastructure and what it needs.
The G20 summit is also being held, knowing that this would be another opportunity to call on rich nations to honor their promises to tackle climate change. What are your expectations of the discussion, and do you expect to see some major deals, especially on climate finance, to be made this year?
Well, so it's obvious that no global negotiations, no multilateral process can ignore the issue of climate finance, can ignore the issue of coming up with money to help, especially in view of some of the extreme climate events that we're seeing all over the world. And of course, especially in view of, again, of the crisis, the energy crisis that is rocking Europe and part of the Americas due to the conflict going on. So this has brought new realities. So the G20 summit perhaps will be another opportunity for negotiation. But I think it's really calling out the integrity of the negotiations, the sincerity of the multilateral process. Just looking more like endless negotiations. The commitments, the pledges, the disbursements are not commensurate with the kind of conversation, the kind of data that people have in terms of what needs to be done and their willingness to do the right thing. Pretty low on ambition and actualization.
Well, all right now, Suleiman Aribabu, environmentalist, thank you for joining me on the program. We'll take a break now, but when we return, the program will continue. Just stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Well, floods are not uncommon in Nigeria during the rainy season from May to November, but they have been extreme this year. Officials and residents blame climate change, but also poor planning and the release of excessive water from dams, a process that is meant to ease pressure. Our farmers were warned ahead of time, but this wasn't enough as the country was already witnessing rampant insecurity, with gunmen repeatedly attacking rural communities, which forced many farmers to abandon their fields. Now, food inflation year on year was also at 23.3%, in part because of ripple effects on the import-dependent country from the coronavirus pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, with all of these, how has food production been affected in Nigeria, and what is also to be expected? To speak on this, Julius Organ, agro-enthusiast, joins me now on the program. Now, please speak to us about what you would say has been the level of damage the floods have wreaked on crop yields in Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on your show once again. I'll go straight to the point. I would say that we've lost a lot as a nation. We've lost farmlands, we've lost property, we've lost about 600 of our citizens to death. by the floods. And I'll go on to give you some examples. In Jigawa State alone, NEMA, that is the National Emergency Management Agency, reports that more than 1,500 farming communities in 22 local government areas in Jigawa State were impacted by the flood. In Bayelsa, the whole state was almost inundated and submerged. In Nasarawa, 45,000 hectares of land belonging to Olams. Olams is the biggest commercial rice farm in Nigeria, was impacted. And Olams reports that it has lost about $15 million of investment to the flood. So we are still, as I speak to you, counting the cost of damage in terms of property, in terms of farms, and in terms of humans that we lost in the deluge.
Now, the flood aside, we went from insecurity worries and how farmers were being killed in their farmlands to worrying about the effects of climate change on food production and now the flooding. Now, would you term this a national crisis in the agricultural sector?
It is beyond a national crisis, my sister. It is a national calamity. It's a national emergency. Because what has happened is going to have a long-term effect. Farms that were inundated are completely lost. Farmers have lost their yield for the year. Now, let's even look at the fact that we do not have a very active national reserves. We are supposed to have reserves in the national grain, in the silos, in the national silos and the National Grains Reserves Program. But we don't have enough to cushion what is going to be the after effect of what we have experienced from the floods. The after effect is going to be, there's going to be very poor, if any, harvest. And thereafter, there's going to be rising costs and inflation in food prices. So if we do not have enough reserves in the national reserves to supplement what we have in the market, then there's going to be mass hunger in the land. That is in a very mild way of trying to paint a picture of what we are about to face. So I think it's a national emergency.
The flood caused loss of lives and properties, but would you say it has been all bad for agriculture in Nigeria?
Say that again, please. I didn't get your question.
If you can hear me, I asked that the flood caused, well, probable loss of lives and properties, but has it been all bad for the agricultural sector in Nigeria?
Definitely. No other sector is worse impacted. And if you consider the fact that the majority of our active population are actually subsistence farmers, then you understand the picture of what is ahead of us. It is, farmers are very well impacted, I must say, because we've lost livestock. We are also losing farm produce. They practically lost their investment because if for Olams, for instance, $15 million of rice estate, 45,000 hectares of rice, it's beyond what some African countries could invest in as their total, production for the year. So we're actually in for difficult times, I must say to you. There is no way of overstating the impact of what has happened, because there is our farming is basically seasonal. We depend on rain-fed agriculture. So the rains came and we intended to, make the best of it. And the rains came in form of a disaster. So you can imagine what it is.
I mean, we know that water is needed. So in essence, are you trying to say that that huge amount of flood, the water, did not do anything positive for the crops in the country?
I would say both yes and no. Flooding is entirely not a bad incident is not supposed to be entirely a disaster, but because of land degradation over time, because of the way we live, because of the way communities and cities are spread, that is why we suffer the shocks even more. Flooding causes damage in the sense that it washes away farmlands, like we saw in Anambra, and we also lost human lives. It causes landslides in many instances, and then it inundates property and washes off crops. It also causes other effects, like the aftermath could be like we'll have waterborne diseases like diarrhea and cholera because water sources have been polluted. So, but then, if you look at history, you will see that the Nile River Basin in Egypt, for instance, uses the floodwaters as an agricultural production stimulator. So when you have the river basins, which are natural receptacles for too much water, they get silted up with manure. So the soil basically improves after the flood. So you can find out that if you go to some riverine areas, there are people who move close to river basins and cultivate they do dry season farming, especially relating to vegetables on river basins. Why? Because the flood has deposited silted alluvial soil and brought nutrients from other places to the river basin area. That's the benefit of having floods. But in a situation whereby we have degraded land, you find out that the water channels are clogged with refuse or have been built up. Then the water is beginning to find areas where it is going to settle. That is when we have damaging floods. And in places like Anambra, you know what happens in Anambra? The governor has described it as the landslide capital of Africa. So it's that bad when entire communities lose their land and property because of water which is in motion. So that's how bad it can go. There are the positive effects are not nearly as much as the negative impacts we're feeling because of the way we have chosen to live.
Well, away from the flood matter, the climate change conference is currently ongoing, and African leaders and environmentalists have made demands for financial aids to solve the effects of climate change. Do you agree that if injected into the economy, money can solve the issue of climate change, and then maybe we can see an improvement in the agricultural sector?
I would say that money is not enough. We can burn up the entire world trying to look for money or trying to make money. In fact, the pursuit of money is in the guise of industrialization is the major principal cause and driving force behind global warming. Let's face the truth. The world is going into industrial production and releasing dangerous chemicals in order to make money. But like someone has warned, by the time we finish making money and cutting down all the trees, we'll discover that we can't eat money. We can't live on money. We need the world in order to spend money. So the pursuit of money is one of the principal reasons behind climate change and global warming. We have to face this as a fact. But then we could use money to drive other developmental initiatives like the Sustainable Development Goals. We could use money to pursue the cause of renewable energy. So we stop, like in Africa, we stop the culture of cutting down trees in order as fuel wood. So let's face the fact, we could damage the world in the course of looking for money. Money is not the immediate solution to this problem. The solution lies in the world coming together and telling ourselves the raw fact that we could make money, but we won't be able to eat money. And the world is wearing away, and time is passing us by. And climate change is global. Everybody is impacted by it. Rich and poor alike. Thank you very much.
Climate change is indeed real. Well, Julius Aga, agro-enthusiast, thank you very much for joining me on the program.
Thanks for having me.
Well, that's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Many thanks for watching. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
You can't travel on a wrong road for too long and expect to arrive at your destination early. Nigerians rode to nowhere. In 1999, after a windy period of military rule, Nigerians celebrated the advent of democratic governance, hoping that Obasanjo will bet the beginning of a new and prosperous Nigeria. Unfortunately, the long military rule, coupled with most military personnel who transmutated from military to civilian rule, created a military mentality that made Obasanjo turn himself into a headmaster, who treated the governors as errand boys who could be whipped into line for disagreeing with the headmaster, using state apparatus like EFCC, while corruption went on unabated. At the end, funds were wasted until date unaccounted for on a failed third-term bid. Umaru Musa Yar'Adua was subsequently promoted as president, and Nigerians celebrated the election of a graduate for the first time, even though he agreed that the election that brought him to office was far from free or fair. But he didn't last, and you don't want to go into the political intrigues until Goodluck Jonathan was allowed to come on board. In 2011, Nigerians again celebrated the election of a PhD holder as a president who claimed he had no shoes. But in 2015, after the man obviously had had some shoes, Nigerians wanted anybody but Jonathan. Away with his PhD. Even if it's a toilet paper certificate, we don't mind, they say. This ineptitude and incompetence was getting too much. But came Buhari, a retired general, with his anti-corruption stand and his mantra to fight insecurity to a standstill. And like others before him, promised to turn the state into the fastest growing economy in the world with massive infrastructure. Unfortunately today, Nigerians are rather leaving their own country massively as a result of insecurity, lack of basic infrastructure, inefficiency, ineptitude, and gross incompetence. Yet, with the 2023 election fast approaching, Nigerians are yet again building hopes on the same political parties and candidates who will still overpromise and deliver nothing, not because they don't want to, but because they are handicapped by the constitutional structural defect of the country. You can't run a car on diesel and expect it to move like a car who's running on gasoline or fuel. It's not possible. Nigeria is a country with a federal constitution but managed as a unitary system. Yet, the people blindly expect election to bring them development. No be juju be that. No wonder governors like Ben Ayade, Godwin Obaseki, Nyesom Wike and co. during election can hawk appointment of special advisors on a tray like someone hawking akara, appointing almost every youth in the state as SA, yet have no sustainable development plan for creating gainful employment or creating a thriving private business climate that can create jobs for such youth. Even as funds are allegedly laundered through this SA appointment process, yet nobody is worried. Yet, we must all get fixated at the center. Look at all the states of the major contenders, Adamawa, Anambra, and Lagos. None of them can boast of a public pipe-borne water. Yet we are shouting, go and verify. I created Lagos, or I will unify Nigeria. We never start. There's second base, Jerry. Countries only develop when they domicile infrastructural development in the hands of the managers at the local level, except in the case of a dictator. Or maybe after the presidential election, we're expecting a dictatorial president. We have to create stronger federating units where the likes of Peter Obi can be free to harness the resources of the East to turn the region into a productive economy as against a consuming one without anyone from other regions bothering to go verify. Or where Bola Ahmed Tinubu can use his leadership experience to synergize the resources in the West and create a sustainable economy for them without him convincing other regions that it is his turn. And Atiku can then be free to not only unify the entire North against insecurity, hunger, and banditry, but harness the potential therein for sustainable prosperity without being afraid of a Governor Wike's threats. The region can then contribute to a weaker center for the benefit of the weaker unit and protection of our territorial integrity. I will therefore advocate that Nigeria as presently constituted is not working. And no matter who wins the election, with the current constitutional structure, it can never move forward or bet a future of our dream. The earlier we collectively realize that we have traveled on the wrong road for too long and must halt our trip and redirect our coexistence before proceeding on the next journey, the better for all of us. Failure to do this, we will soon realize that after the election, that the various agitations from the federating region may have been suspended for the election and will be renewed with greater strength and vigor after the election, no matter the outcome of the election. For example, if Igbo win, the North and the West will start their own agitation. If the West win, the East will renew their own agitation for Biafra. And if the North wins, then the entire East and West agitation might crumble the country. I am not a prophet of doom, but that is just the reality of our future based on the constitutional road we dey travel now. Well, not everyone agrees with me though, but you can share your own thought with us by following us on all our various social media platforms shown on your screen, and also share your thoughts on previous episodes. Remember, the most difficult person to wake up is he who is pretending to be asleep. We all know it is not working, but we pretend that one person can change it. Make we deceive ourselves. See you next week.
My name is Ibia Blessing, a sculptor artist, hailed from Benin, Edo State, Oredo. My artwork is generally all about me, my environment, and the society I found myself. And those are the things that influence my art. Most of my artwork, some of them are political statements underneath with beauty, like the ape you just saw, titled Vagabond in Power. Today in Africa and the world, we seem to have a lot of vagabonds in power, and they have made life so difficult for the common man. I see those leaders as an animal. So I decided to represent some of them in the form of an animal. Like in art, in Dadaism, white forms are represented in animal forms. So I see them in that way. You can also find such leaders in our university, in our offices. I see them like an animals. That's why some of my sculptures piece you can see around, some of them are animal forms, some of them are human forms. And generally my art is highly being influenced by my environment. I love nature. I love people. I love faces. That's why you keep seeing them playing around my work. I see myself as an artist because I don't just sculpt iron. I sculpt, I paint, I do anything in art, I perform. I believe art is not supposed to be limited to a setting area. To say I'm a metal sculptor, I'm a tire sculptor, I'm a wood sculptor. No, you are an artist. Talking is a form of art. Dancing is a form of art. Performing art, everybody do art, but unknowingly to some people. Actually, I can say that I was blessed in all ramifications. From my mother's side, my grandfather was a traditional carver in the ancient Benin cut art by the Great. He was a Benin cut artist. He carved wood. In my father's side, my father was an art dealer when it comes to Atik. I was so privileged enough to be born into the center of art, the airport art, the ancient Benin airport art. My father's house was the airport art in Mission Road. There, traditional carvers comes around from all over to come and carve and sell. They carve their traditional art, like wood carving in shadow, they carve some artwork, shadow and human forms, abstract and human forms. So I was born into it. I grew up to meet my uncles, my people I call mentors and masters. They were all carving wood. I was also privileged enough, my late uncle Ben Osawe, of blessed memory, the famous sculptor. He was also a sculptor, my uncle. I was privileged enough to work with him. As the last I worked with him in wood carving, in modeling. What really made me dive into metal? I realized that everything around me has been wood. My grandfather and my mother's side, wood carver. From my father's side, wood carver. Everybody is wood. And I used to carve wood, but the pain of carving wood in my shoulder is too much. I said, what can I do that I will not be eating too much of hammer, igbam. I see the way they are eating their hammer. I say, if I continue like this, now die you. So I said to myself, I want to turn iron to look like wood. At the same time, I want to be better than my fathers. My fathers were limited to traditional carving. They were not opportune to go to school. I said to myself, I will go to school and I'll study school of art.
Then my late uncle said, he himself also went to school. His father was also a carver. He was opportunity to study in London too. I said, uncle, if you can go to school, I for 1 year, I will go to school. So I was opportunity to get admission into Aunchi Polytechnic. So I started from the scratch, from pre-ND. Like play. I like using broken alongside my English because I'm a very, very, very down to earth. I'm an African man. I love my where I come from. So from Aunchi Polytechnic, I went there. I was privileged enough to study general art. From general art, I found myself in sculpture after some challenges, whatever. So after the school, even when I was in the school, the lecturer would tell me, this is not how to do metal in this school. We cut hole here, we cut hole here. I say, but this is the way I want to do it. My classmates will be laughing at me. You are saying my style. But this is my style. This is what I like. This is how I like it. They say we will not score you. I say it doesn't mean. And most importantly, I'm coming out as a sculptor. So I left school. I was privileged enough after my school. I went to serve in Benue State. After my service in Benue State, I stayed back for another 4 years in Benue. I never wanted to come back to Benin. I realized if I should go back to my family house, they will want to start dictating my life. I want to be free, so I stayed in Benue for 4 years. From Benue, I started making my sculptures, bringing them to Lagos to sell, to clients, to various people. There I was opportunity enough to meet Mama Nike of Nike Art Gallery, Art Foundation. She likes my work. Over the years, he started patronizing my art. I was also privileged enough to meet Mr. Jeff, Third Pyramid Art Gallery. He likes my art, he started patronizing my art. But the originality about my work is that by my metal sculpture, I try as much as possible to make my work look like wood so that where I'm coming from will not be lost. Why I said that I see myself as an artist, not a sculptor. I see myself as an artist because I felt to myself, if I call myself a metal sculptor, I have cut myself off from the origin where I'm coming from, which is the wood carving. If I call myself a wood carving, I have cut myself off from where I went to learn in the school. Okay, if I call myself tire sculptor, I have cut myself off from the other side. The only thing I can call myself is just an artist because I see myself as just an artist. Since I started that, I will not lie to you. It has really been a game of thrones. Game of Thrones, you win some, you lose some. But I try to make sure that my wins will be more than my loss. Some people like my work, some don't like my work, but I keep going. The beautiful part of it is that I love what I'm doing. I can say most time I don't even say, but I keep working. It's just like somebody that is an addicted to singing. Even though you put him in the prison, he will keep singing. He's addicted. And there's a song that says I'm an addicted. I love what I'm doing. It gives me joy when I'm doing my art. Whenever I handle my materials and I'm working with it, I feel this kind of joy in me. It's not the money. If you are looking for money, I don't think art should be where you should run after money. The money won't come in time, just the way people think. Art is something you do for the love of art, for passion. With time, money will join. But for me, I do art for the love. Through the love, money comes in, good. I pray that money comes in, but I love what I'm doing. To set up a sculpture studio, an art studio, no matter how small it is, it's not easy. Things are sculpture is very expensive, which is art. It's very expensive. In Nigeria today, we don't have power. One of the greatest limitations as a sculptor artist is power. If you are to buy a diesel generator, you need to owe nothing less than $500,000 to be able to buy one. If you are to buy a normal generator, you need to own almost 400,000 to buy one. If you are to buy other soft machines, they are very expensive. When I started from the scratch without no family support. My father was not rich. My mother was not rich. But I believe in what I'm doing. The little money I'm making, I try as much as possible to save and buy my equipment, because I know that those equipment is what that will take me to another level. And I'm still buying some. I have not bought some, but I've got most of them. So the journey of as an artist, you need to be dedicated. You need to believe in yourself. Whether people say that you are doing it right or not, you don't need to. Criticism may come in, filter it, pick the one you know is good for you, and let go of the shafts. In the course of sculpture, because of art in general, other challenges, one is to make a work of art, two is to get a buyer. Making a work of art is as easy, but getting the buyer is the main cocoa, is the main war. Some people will just say, I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it, but to come bring money, no be play. Not everybody that likes your work that want to buy them. Some people just want to use you, as in get your work, make some money out of it, and throw the shaft to you. But as I always say, if you close your eyes for bad things, you don't want to see bad things passing. When good things are passing, your eyes will still be closed. But the beautiful part of it, art is not really easy to sell. But if you love what you are doing, keep doing it. As an artist, some days may go by, you may not have money to even buy a recharge card. Sometimes you may not be able to feed yourself. Let's be sincere to ourselves. But what keeps you going is the passion and love you have for what you are doing. Because if you love what you are doing, you keep doing it. No matter what you lay your hands on, you keep working. You keep making more research to get more affordable material to work with. In the course of art, general milestones that I've achieved, there are so many. There are so many. Through the grace of God, I've been able to make some international connections. I have works in US, I have works in France, I have works in notable places in Nigeria. And I have been able to meet some great men and women all around the world. Like the famous Timaya have my work of art, the musical artist. My work of art, you can get to see some of them in the walls of Top Pyramid. My work of art, most of them are in abroad, in private collections. I don't want to mention names, although I've mentioned some. I've achieved more. I've been able to see things for myself, get to meet people that matters. And you have been able to meet great men and women that have positive impact in my life and in my art. If I have not gone into art, I may not have met them. Actually, I've done some exhibitions, some group exhibitions here and there. In 2016, the Connected Gallery. I've done another one at Nikki Art Foundation. I've done some other exhibitions like that. But when I finish my sculptures here, I often exhibit my work of art in Nikki Art Gallery. There you can get to see most of my work. I also exhibit some of them in Top Pyramid Gallery. As I earlier said, this is just a studio. I exhibit more of my work in those places I earlier mentioned. And some private collectors can come around and say, we would like to exhibit your art in our show. They exhibit, we make sales. That's how I do exhibit my work of art for now. Instagram and Facebook have played a very big role in the art industry. A very big role. Most of the people that do give me calls, I don't know them from Adam. They saw my work on Instagram, EBA Blessing or Blessing EBA. They'll just message me. We like your work, we like to have one of your pieces. We get to talk. Some of them come around to the studio. Some make an order, we deliver. Instagram, the social media have been of great help, which is few people have been of great help to my profession and to me. As I earlier said, I work with several materials. But for now, the materials I'm really working with are metal sheets, nuts and tires. For now. If I'm making a sculpture with metal sheets, first of all, I make a sketch. I make a sketch with my rod. The sketch I make with my rod, I take a paper trace from the rod sketch. After the paper trace from the rod sketch, I cut out my metal sheet. I beat to form. I weld it with an arc welding machine. I fire to the form. I patinate. That piece is ready. If I'm working with tire, the first thing I do earlier on, I get a maquette or I make a sketch. I make a construction, which is the framework. After making the framework, I get my tires. There are tires that are suitable for tire sculptures. They are called tread tires. There are two types of tire in the market, tread tire and iron tires, iron tread tires. The iron tread tires cannot be cut. Even though you cut it, the metal inside will still be of hazardous to the client or the person using it. So I normally use tread tires. And you can get to see more tread tires in bike tires and bicycle tires. After cutting my tires into strips, then I use my drilling machines to drill them. I use electric riveting machines. I order for some of my machines abroad, which I'm using to band the tires and the iron together. After banding them, the form of whatever form I want to build will erupt. Then I patinate it by me paint it. That's the way it is done. The process of making that kind of a sculpture piece, one, you get the clay model. You model with clay. You set an armature, you model with clay. If you are working on a resemblance, you get a picture of the resemblance, you model it on the clay. You prepare the mold with concrete. Concrete is cement and sand. You prepare it, you now mix it together after done with the clay work. You oil it, you divide it with metal chins. Metal chins are aluminum to divide the clay. You apply the cement, which is the concrete, on the clay work all around. By the time it's set up, you liberate it. Which one you earlier saw. After liberating it, you open it. You chip up, you clean it up, clean up the clay from it. The form that was in the clay will now appear on the concrete. Then you get your nut. You arrange it inside the mold, you wet it out, you pull it up, you clean it with iron brush, you join them together neatly, and that is how that piece is being achieved. I believe knowledge is meant to be shared. I receive CWE students from several schools, IT students. From now, we have some students from Osun State Polytechnic. We receive students from several schools. In the far north, some student comes around. I do train people. I love to teach people what I know, because people will remember you for how you impact their life. So I teach people. It's a great future projection. I believe every art piece is a masterpiece, and every masterpiece has a future projections. What is the future projection of an art piece? The longer it becomes, the more valuable it becomes. Like the works of masters like Picasso, Michelangelo. At their time, at their era, the work may not be too expensive. But today, it sells in billions in our money. I believe as time goes by, the more I work, the more I exhibit, the more people get to know about me, the more the value begin to rise. An artwork value is priceless. It keep growing, the value keep appreciating, you don't depreciate. That is how I see art. That's how I see man. Me personally, as an artist in my business, in 5 years' time, by His grace, I see myself being in the next level, being able to touch more lives, train more students, help more people to become self-independent as well. Because what will be of your benefit after you made all the money, you made all the fame, you didn't touch any lives? It will not be good. In the next 5 year time, I see myself being able to touch more lives. I may have trained more students. I may have helped a lot of people to achieve their own goal, to be able to take care of their family too. That is how I see fulfillment. Fulfillment to me is not you having a big car driving all around or living in big mansions. I see myself in 5 years' time, I should have been able to touch more lives, teach more people art, encourage more people to remain in the profession. At the same time, be a mentor to many upcoming artists, a mentor that will guide them to the right path of light. If you want to be an artist, as somebody that want to call me, hey, I want to be an artist, I want to learn to become an artist, the first stage, if you are not privileged enough to go to school, some artists are not, you can work under an artist tutelage to get knowledge of being an artist. After some time, by the time you have mastered the profession, working with the master, you'll be able to sell 1 or 2 works, even though you don't have access to material, to machines. Through that process, you can be buying the utility of your machines and be doing something. But if you have the art of moving to the next level, you can pick a course, have an ND in art, then it's good to go.
The majestic river Niger, rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I can have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the Southeast.
The bridge is very nice. It's very good. So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the River Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side, I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, at every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The Second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3-kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, it's has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, or in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammad Buhari is a man of few words. When in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project, many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger Bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port, that has to do with the water, and then here is the second Niger Bridge that has to do with the roads, but both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on, that's secondary. Important, let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Ucheoji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we will talk about the second Niger bridge, we will talk about the Bodo Boni bridge, we will talk about the local Oweto bridge, we will talk about Lagos Ibadan Expressway, we will talk about the new ultramodern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt. We will talk about the new runway in Enugu. We will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when Southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The Deputy Senate President from Southeast, Deputy Speaker from Southeast, Chairman Senate Committee on Works Southeast, Chairman House Committee on Works Southeast, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy Southeast, Secretary to Government of the Federation Southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from Southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from Southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the Southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates Southeast. How does you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody. And he has cared for the Southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger Bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the southeast, a lot. And even south-south, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for south, it's also for south-south.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.
I don't know how to swim. But when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves. And our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and throw, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg. Some drawing my clothes on my back, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carried the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up. In a way, the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they caught the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they were using in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They use me to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
You look at Lagos and you'll think you're in one big dustbin, residents say, as they narrate ordeals with pollution. According to the World Bank, at least 30,000 people die yearly in Lagos due to pollution, and the tales told by some residents bear witness to these statistics. This is home to over 300 families who reside in Itire on the Mushin local government area, a community built around the canal that has been transformed into a home recognized by the Lagos state government. Gaining entrance and a mixture of different putrid smell welcomes you. Children running around exposed to the biohazard, chemical hazard and physical hazard of living in this area.
So many years now we don't face this mess. If you can look around, you can take a cameraman to observe the area. Even you, when they talk to me, you perceive some odors. We get some small children here. She be una see us here. We dey chop here, we dey feed here. We are human beings. We not Nigerians. Some days ago, one big rain will fall for this area. Small pikin for that park wey dey that side. Water carry pikin go. If you ask anybody for this area, they will tell you the story. And they come from mosque, so as I hear the story. But today now, okay, imagine the dirty around and all that. Rain never fall. If rain fall now, all this dirty now, you go enter person house, you go enter anywhere. Cholera everywhere.
I think we know that we at maybe 15 years. Okay. Tajo wa nínú àdúgbò yìí. So ti yé. Àdúgbò gba tán dé ṣe títí Adébáyọ̀ bí báyìí tán ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ fún wa. Abili pé báyà wọ́n máa ṣe gbogbo gutter yìí náà ni. Wọ́n dẹ̀ bá wa ṣe but nsìn bí ọmọ ṣe gbogbo bí ọmọ tí òjò wá gbé lọ lọ́jọ́ yẹn ló mú anybody gan tara because ìgbà tó ń bọ̀ wá láti Jímọ̀ lọ́jọ́ yẹn. Jímọ̀ ni wọ́n lọ. Wọ́n ń bọ̀ wá. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn wá mọ ibi tí orí pákó yẹn wà mọ́ àwọn méjì náà fara wọn lọ́wọ́. Ìkíní bó ṣe bọ́ sínú odò nìyẹn. Ìkejì olówó ń fẹ́ lọ fà. Ó fẹ́ lọ fà yọ. Bómi ṣe gbé yẹn lọ tiẹ̀ nìyẹn. So ti àwa rọ ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe àdúgbò wa kó dáa.
I was born here. This is my year of 25 years now in this area. You understand? And this area now have been dirty for so years. When I was in small self, I was seeing all this kind of thing. Talk less of now that I've already been gotten hold. And still yet, the area is still like this. You understand? And I want government to come and do here so that it will be okay. So that water will not be flowed everywhere. This dirty now is not from only here. The dirty now from under side and other side too. They used to come here to come and jump hard. You understand? And when it jump hard, it affect us that lives around because the water does not flow. Assuming it's flowing now, we will not be complaining. Let them come and help us and do it so that this dirty now will not be just jump hard and be staying so that we will not be feeling sick.
Party packs, pet bottles, feces and other forms of bacteria-carrying components are the aesthetics around the surrounding. Having lived for many years, some of the residents I spoke to say they strongly believe the state government does not care about their lives or living conditions.
We dey pray for Nigerian government to help us for the environment. To help us, make government sef come look this place. Make them know wetin to do for us so that we sef go live better life as a good Nigeria wey we be.
Àwa rọ ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe àdúgbò wa kó dáa. Kan lè bá wa ṣe environment wa kó dáa because bómi ṣe ń gbé ọmọ lọ kó dáa. Wọ́n bá wa ṣe bridge bẹ̀ yẹn. So ti yé, kan bá wa ṣe bridge bẹ̀ yẹn kó cross. Kó mi ó lè bá máa lọ because táwọn èèyàn bá ti ń lọ free. Kò ní sí pé bóyá omi ń gbọ́mọ lọ.
This place cannot take them just even though how many just a 6 months they will do it because of the corruption. Make some people, local government council, they will take up the money and put it in their pocket, eat it, and why we are suffering it.
In his journey to preach about healthy living and further prevent the spread of infectious diseases, public health expert in Siabasi Ekonem joined me to this community where he says living in such an environment has long-term implications.
People are living here. There's a high level of pollution in these places such that even the air, the effluent from this place is really stinky, and that tells to air pollution. This air pollution affects people that are living here because you can see young children of under 5 years that are staying in this very dirty environment. That increases the advent of childhood diseases like cholera, diarrhea, amoebic dysentery, scabies, ringworm, dandruff, all those kind of skin diseases as a result of, the contact with water from this very, very, unhealthy environment. Because there is defecation, open defecation here, when the water comes up, it carries those feces and deposits them in open water sources like wells, and people fetch water from that well. This leads to, waterborne diseases like cholera,
They do not decay. A lot of this plastic waste, they are not well disposed. They are not, just open up the drains. Just open up the drainage system if it's covered. If it's not covered, it's obvious there. And you see a situation where when rain falls, a particular line of the drainage system, you see that waters are not flowing along that line because it's blocked. Now we have in Lagos State, the collectors were registered. Some of these trucks can't even get to the residence of a lot of the people living in the communities. So people have to converge at a particular point. Now when they dump the waste there, it takes a while before the collectors, the trucks arrive there to pick up the waste. That's another issue, which is another environmental issue.
So the collection in itself is poor. And you see some of these trucks collecting this waste. When they even collect the waste on the road, you see it's part of the waste dropping on the road.
You look at Lagos, you think that you are in one big dustbin. Some people are in a bit cleaner part of the dustbin. But it's a huge dustbin we're in. This is not a city. Which part of the city you want to tell me? Tell me, I've gone around. Is it Lekki? Is it Ikoyi? Or you want to tell me it's Ajegunle or Yanokwaja?
The way we live is also a problem. We have three important channels. We have the tertiary canals, we have the secondary canals, we have the primary canals. The tertiary canals is the one you see in front of your houses. Those ones are people called gutter in front of our houses. If that one in front of our houses is clean, the secondary canal will be clean. The primary canal, the big one, will be clean. And therefore you see a steady flow into the lagoon. But that tertiary canals in front of our houses where people dump in the dead of the night. When it is raining, they will go. When in the dead of the night, they will just go. Even people who should know better. People with full dose of Western education, you see them dropping those things instead of the canal. That has been our problem. Because if the tertiary drains are okay, you won't see anything in the secondary drains. You won't see anything in the primary canals. You won't see anything in the lagoon.
While the megacity still practices the creation and maintenance of dump sites, which are situated close to the abode of residents, and with the monies doled out for the management of waste in the state, locals still suffer as a result of improper disposal of waste. These and many more prompted this investigation by TV360 Nigeria on why residents are made to deal with loss of lives and properties, and to get answers on if the state government is up to the task of making provisions for proper waste disposal and drainage maintenance.
The attitude is a problem, and Lagos spends a lot of money in cleaning the canals, dredging, constructing, that's giving it concrete alignments so that it will be easy for you to clean. There are so many of them, so we are taking it one after the other, one after the other. But the problem is the attitude of Lagosians. If you are driving on the corridor, you see them dropping it from their vehicles, dropping it. Thank God we have sweepers. We have thousands of sweepers in Lagos. By 5 o'clock, they're already on the street taking those things. It could have been worse. So we are thinking, because we are thinking out of the box. What do? We are coming to the age of dikes. That's what is called dikes. That is using concrete wall to prevent, water from coming into the city. We're introducing pumps. And another one is to provide a kind of tunnel, a well, very deep well, where you allow this flood to go in. Thereafter, now you use pump to throw it into the lagoon.
With the increase in spate of indiscriminate dumping of waste in Lagos State, the mortality rate from pollution is set to witness a spike. In 2021, the State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said his administration has spent over 2 billion naira on the rehabilitation of dump sites across the state, while another 1 billion naira is being invested to provide the necessary infrastructure for waste management. If these projects have been carried out, residents are yet to witness the results or see an improvement in waste management.
We're seeing recurrent cases of Lassa fever. Lagos is not spared. Of course, the rats go there, eat, pick jams, transfer to people, and then the same thing now we're having monkeypox. So in reality, if we deal with the challenges of waste alone, I am sure that our health system will be good. Our health itself will be good. Now, when you now get to the waterways, plastic floating, dead animals floating, dead human being floating, microplastic dropping into the water, fish swallowing them, we eating the fish. It's a scandal. It's honestly a scandal. I think the more we put attention to the challenges of the environment and how waste is handled in this part of the world, the better for us. A mega city, 25 million people, still counting, and we cannot get waste disposal right. We're not ready.
The poor waste management system and then the flooding, they go hand in hand. So I just want to ask, would you think this is a challenge for the government? Because then again, we have the rules, don't dump your waste, and every other thing that the state government puts in place, but then people do not obey this. So is this a challenge for the government? Would you say the government cannot handle its residents?
No. You know, just like every other society, you know, these things are when you are trained for a long time. When you do something, when you are trained to do something, you know, right from day one, you will comply. You will comply. We are not throwing our hands up into surrender. We are doing our work. We are not complaining. But we are doing advocacy. We are talking. We are having meetings. We go for retreats. We talk to Lagosians through radio and television. We will continue to do that until we get civilized in such a way that you cannot, when you finish your bottled water, you know, through the window. We'll get to a time when people will not do it again. We'll get to a time when you don't see, you know, plastics on our roads, you know, cellophane paper. This takeaway place, you will not see it.
Environmental pollution is not the only challenge residents face as a result of improper waste disposal. The rising issue of climate change, a resulting effect of human activities, has upset the balance of nature. Rising sea levels, extreme weather conditions and intense droughts can wreak havoc on people's livelihoods and communities. A visit to an environmentalist helps paint a clearer picture of the disaster that awaits Lagos State if nothing is done about the nonchalance of residents and the government.
In Lagos, we have a situation where dump sites are located or sited away from the community, but there is no restriction that halts urbanization to that located dump site. So, for example, there's a place called Yanoba. The place was located about 25 years ago, and it was far from city. But there was no restriction in terms of urbanization, urban development. Today, there are houses surrounding that dump site. So, health-wise, the people living around that place are not safe. That's one. The Olusosun dump site at Ojota, when it was located, houses were far from that place. You know, it's a place that in those days, because the methane, when the heat from the methane starts coming out, you see smoke coming out. You think they are burning the waste. They are not. It's the methane that is reacting. All right. So you see this is from distance. But today, houses have been built around that place, such that people who are living there, they are not safe. The water system is poisoned. It's not safe. All right. Then the methane that comes out of that emits from that place, it's not safe for the humans living around there.
Lagos State generates 13,000 tons of waste daily, but not all of the waste ends up at designated dump sites. Some end up in canals, drains, and on the road.
In terms of management of the dump sites, usually in most countries, these things are kind of like privatized to companies who are genuinely involved in environmental activities, to experts who understands this thing. Right? The government cannot do it alone. The government is expected to generate, to bring up, put up legislations. You know, they are supposed to be a kind of, they try to stabilize within the private sector and the public sector, right? But they are not expected to manage the dump sites. Professionals who understands the dangers and the kind of harmful chemicals that comes out of that dump site are supposed to manage the dump site. But here, an agency was created, Loma, to manage that dump site, okay? And those dump sites are not well managed. We gathered every year to discuss the environment issues in Lagos State. You know, we call it the Climate Change Summit, where a session is dedicated to waste management. It was during that particular period we introduced this idea of having separating waste. But ever since then, the advocacy on separation of waste has been poor. It has been put aside. So waste management in Lagos State now is poor. There was a time they made it mandatory for every house, every building to have a waste bins, the big bins. Then Loma produced all those things. Today, what do we have? Do we have them at all? People have to find a way to just get their waste sorted out somewhere. During the same time of Ashola, every last Saturday of the month was the Environmental Sanitation Day, where everybody in the community will meet and they will discuss and they will see what they can do. Okay, these are the issues, these are the community issues, how they dump their waste, if they are going to dig the floor, and you know, a lot of things they do. But since they cancelled the monthly sanitation, what has been happening? People pay less concern in terms of what happens within the environment, especially on waste disposal.
This sight and the smell being emitted and inhaled is a regular sight and way of life for Lagosians. Dumping waste at designated dump sites located around residential areas are a breeding ground for different sorts of contagious illnesses. Despite the fetid smell, trading activities take place around these dump sites, while motorists, passers-by and residents close to the dump sites battle with the stench daily.
I'm not okay with it because I have breathing issue. Though I thank God that God is taking control. But this thing has affected me again after I got cured. So government should do something about it.
It has affected everybody around this place. Both residents, bypassers, everybody. Every living human being is being affected by this thick smoke here.
According to the World Health Organization, globally, almost 1 in 10 people are estimated to fall ill every year from eating contaminated food, while 420,000 die from foodborne diseases, which can be deadly, especially in children under 5 years of age, and out of the 420 deaths, 1/3 are children. The World Health Body also says making the environment healthier can prevent about 13 million deaths yearly and avoid 13% to 37% of the world's disease burden.
When these places have been contaminated with pollutants, with debris, it blocks the flow of water. And so because it blocks the flow of water, and this was originally a canal that would have served as a route for water to move, the water comes up and fills people's homes.
Sometimes when you see children with diarrhea, you battle and they die. You cry, you feel depressed. I remember in one of the situations, one of the instances, the baby was probably playing, a day before and got bad. The mother, they were trying to do what they like. But by the time they brought the baby, lady was bad. An emergency room, the baby died.
The revelation by the medical practitioners raised some form of concern as I proceeded to the Lagos State Primary Healthcare Board for an interview with the Permanent Secretary of the Board, Ibrahim Akinwumi Mustafa, after an official request through a letter submitted at the office of the Permanent Secretary and series of calls and message exchanges with the Public Relations Officer of the Board, Olumide Filani. My continuous request for an interview with the Permanent Secretary was turned down with jet lag as an excuse. The request for statistics of Lagos State residents who have been treated for cholera and other diseases contracted through food or water since the start of 2022 was also turned down, as I was informed that such data cannot be easily provided to me for reasons best known to the board.
Coming from weeks back where I was told I could get the statistics or the data, it seems like a failed day.
However, according to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, in its July 4th to 31st, 2022 report, citing routine case-based data and outbreak line lists retrieved by the National Cholera Technical Working Group, Lagos had 47 suspected cases of cholera, with 1 death. Also, the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control states that as of July 31st, 2022, a total of 3,610 cholera cases, including 91 deaths, were reported from 31 states in Nigeria, and that as of September 16th, 2022, 1,087 suspected cholera cases, including 13 deaths, were reported in Nigeria. A sit-down interview with a public health expert on the way forward is next on the agenda as Dr. Akanem narrates the poor living condition of Lagosians and its side effects.
I have managed a number of patients who had cholera. Some had hepatitis A, some had amoebic dysentery,
and others had diarrhea. And of course, there are clear symptoms of this condition, like vomiting, like stooling, of course, like abdominal pain, and
Rate was expected, and we also.
My name is Adu Shedu. I'm from Kogi State. I live in Abuja. I'm a fashion designer tailor. On that last year, October 2020, early in the morning, I fetched water for my wife. After my praying, I fetched water for my wife. Around 6, I went to go to my working place for Central. And when I reached junction for police somebody here, I see crowd. Everywhere was blocked. I tried to find my way. I cannot find my way. I went back to house again. Around something 10 to 11. I said, make I find my way go work. So I gave my daughter is a 2 month that time. I can't find my way. I just stand. They leave people where they protest. I'm not a protester. I'm a fashion designer. I tailor where they hustle up and down to feed my family. After then, police just came. They shoot. The next thing when I just see my leg, they call, I'm not carry my leg again. Where would it get? They thought they do everything, they clean my body and my laps, they clean everything. We go and do another X-ray again to see how the inside do. Where we did the X-ray after then, the doctor charged us 400 and something. But since then, my brother he not have much like that. So maybe they carry me go Gogolada hospital, general hospital for Gogolada. One doctor waiting for the hospital come bring one number. Said na youth where they in charge of this NSAS. Anything will happen to somebody like this, they feel help. Actually, we try the number. By God's grace, the person where they pick the call. I'm talking to them, I don't even know the person where pick my call, whether a woman or a man, I don't know. He and the doctor speak. She transfer the money to the doctor. They start the treatment. People Nigeria they contribute money from almost like 60,000. One day, all they hear say I will hear and say all panel, the people panel, where government choose for this thing, anything where this thing affect, they help, they make the report. We go to National Human Rights for inside town. We almost like 5 or 6 people. The guy where the parent where they kill in children for where bullet hit for chest. They follow us go that time. Where we reach there, we stay for gate. Now they sing. Now one person come call us and make one of us or the person where they enter make it enter inside, make go meet the people they there. After they meet the people, they come and say make they come tomorrow. The next day, almost like 3 days, my brother called them. They say the people never answer them very well. Say the government they bring up black paper and they need to bring white paper if they want to do better thing for people this thing affect. But I never hear from them because this thing, this police don't make this life tire me because this my leg now, no fuse and do anything. Even the bullet is still there on my leg. The place where the bullet the doctor said they no fit remove am for now because they the way the vein dey. Now here in there, they no fit remove am for now. Let the bullet come out that place where in there. If they want to remove am, they keep come enough harm to my leg. Even like this, my leg not move am like this. But I try to move am like this. I fit do am. If I want use am do work self, but if I want try to use am do work, make I dey use am do exercise. I no fit use am do work well. I dey use the industrial machine. But you can press machine like this, the thing to carry and come back, I'm not fit carry and come back. I just need help from Nigeria government, need help from police, please. They don't scatter my life. I'm not all this will happen to me. I not be expect. Since almost a year now, I stay for house. How are they feel now? Let go of another question. I don't know. But my brother always try for me. But I don't feel like on my brother forever. Just thank God say I still there alive because my time now reach. Now let God know how it takes in my life. Me, I don't even know if that will you hit me for tail, hit me for head. I don't know how God even take give me a miracle. How it takes in my life. I don't know, sure. But I thank God for everything. I just thank God for everything. Let God save my life.
Many thanks for joining us on the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has voted to increase the benchmark interest rate by 100 basis points to 16.5%, the highest since 2001. The CBN Governor, Godwin Emefiele, disclosed this while reading the communique of the last MPC meeting of the year on Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. The MPC said the tightening would curb a higher rate of inflation and restore investors' confidence. To speak more on this development, Chijioke Ikechukwu, the Managing Director and CEO, Bristol Investments Limited, thank you very much for joining us. Now, what do you make of the MPC's decision to raise interest rate to 16.5%?
Yeah, this rate was expected, and we also expected, I expected personally that CRR was going to be increased just because of the aftermath of the announcement of the redesign of Naira, the fact that a lot of money was going to come into the system, and so they will want to reduce the money circulation by increasing the CRR. But that notwithstanding, the aspect of adjusting the MPR to meet with the current inflationary situation was actually expected, and that's what has happened. Now that it's happened, what we're going to be expecting is the fact that banks are going to be adjusting their rates, and their rates in the sense that people who have taken monies from banks are going to be receiving letters right now to adjust their rates upwards. And if that happens, that means money in they're going to be passing down that particular burden to ultimate consumers, because there are already facilities that are already in place by these commercial banks. And what that means is that they're going to ensure that monies actually will just get into circulation and reduce as the case may be. Yes. So if we expect this to happen, there's also the fact that this may actually trickle down to costs of production. because a lot of manufacturers are going to borrow money and going to ensure that things are done. So we expect that cost of production is going to increase, and that is going to obviously affect prices of goods and services.
Now, the CBN has increased MPR a couple of times this year. Do you see this move taming rising inflation, as the CBN governor has expressed?
Yes, there are a lot of other reasons. Of course, first of all, you just know that this is a global situation. The inflation that we have experienced in the country is being experienced by many other countries, especially even the developed countries. And we have seen them increase their rates as high as we cannot imagine. And so these are all the things affecting the kind of adjustments we are having right now. However, there is also the flip side of it. The flip side is the fact that it is expected that investors are going to also, foreign direct investments are going to come in, because what it means is that you bring in your funds into the country, rates are going to be higher here. So even if you just liquidate any investment you have in other countries and bring it in, you're going to have a very better yield. So we're also expecting that direct foreign investments are going to come, and in fact, portfolio investments are also going to be here. And so these are some of the things we expect that will happen.
But beyond direct foreign investments, let's look at the manufacturing sector, which have, of course, over the past months voiced their concern about the CBN, increasing interest rates. So in real terms now, how do you think a rise of interest rates to over 16% will affect this sector?
Obviously, manufacturing sector is going to have an adverse effect of this increase. I can see that many of them may not be able to cope with the rising cost of production, which is actually an additional cost on an already high cost of production. Recall that we already have, high cost of power and energy. Buying of diesel has been out of the reach of an average manufacturing company. If they build, many of them will not be able to cope with the increasing cost of production. So what it may mean sometimes may be that some of them may just close down shop and ask employees to just go home. But for some of them that are very resilient, they are going to adjust certain costs and reduce certain costs in other areas, and probably reduce their workforce in order for them to remain in business. For such also, we expect that they're going to pass down the cost to the ultimate consumers, who are you and I, and so and we continue to pay the higher price of existence in Nigeria. Of course, the quality of life and standard of living, quality of life is dropping, standard of living is getting high, and an average consumer is having to struggle for every purchase to be made. And this is actually part of the cost, the outcome of this kind of increase in interest rate.
Now, we've seen other global economies such as the UK raising interest rates, with the CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele, saying as long as inflation keeps rising, the CBN will be left with no choice than to hike up interest rates. But is this just a textbook solution, or are there other avenues the Central Bank of Nigeria could explore to ensure that while interest rates are kept at minimal, inflation rate also doesn't skyrocket?
Yeah, one other way to ameliorate the burden without using just the monetary policy is just to also attempt to use the fiscal fiscal policy, and in fact the trade policy if need be. Having to say, okay, gentlemen, instead of you guys having to pay a lot for your goods and services, the fiscal policy is such that we are reducing your burden on taxation, and you're removing certain debts you're owing and things like that. So there could be certain things that may be done. But if we continue to follow the monetary policy side, it's only natural that as far as the inflation rate continues to rise this way, it is given that the interest rate cannot be far lower than the inflation rate as we have seen it. So somehow there has to be that match to be able to remain in business.
Well, Chijioke Ikechukwu, Managing Director and CEO, Bristol Investments Limited. Thank you very much for your time and contribution. Well, we'll take a breather here. Money Matters returns shortly. Just stay with us. Welcome back. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has called on the Nigerian government to double value-added tax to 15% in the next 5 years from the current 7.5%. This is part of the recommendations offered by the staff of the Bretton Woods Institution at the conclusion of its 2022 Article 4 mission in Nigeria to help improve Nigeria's ailing economy. The IMF added that Nigeria can solve its issue of revenue by adjusting tax rates to levels comparable to the average in the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, as compliance improves. To eliminate red tapeism, it also called for strengthening interagency coordination and data sharing. To speak more on this, Taiwo Oyedele, Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa Tax Leader at PwC, joins me now. And thank you very much for joining us, Taiwo. What do you make of IMF's recommendation of a 15% increase in VAT?
Yeah, thanks. I think the conversation around increasing VAT rates has been on the table for some time now, especially by the IMF. They've always had the view that Nigeria's VAT rate is one of the lowest in the world, which on one hand is true, except that it may not exactly paint the right picture, because in many countries where you have the VAT rate at about 15%, you also have what we call the full input credit, such that when you buy assets in form of investment, you can get all the input VAT back. When you pay for services, you can recover your VAT. Essentially, the businesses don't bear a lot of the burden relating to VAT. Only the final consumers will do that. And then you have an extensive list of items that are exempt from VAT, and those that are zero rated. In other words, the incidence of VAT does not fall on the poor people, it does not fall on businesses, and therefore is essentially carried by those who can afford to pay a little bit more. So that conversation around rates has to happen in Nigeria, if at all, along with the reform of the VAT system, so it's more transparent and affords full credit like the rest of the world. And the timing has to be right, because I have concerns that this time that inflation is rising and poverty, based on the recent data, multidimensional poverty is 133 million people. So it may not be the right time to start raising tax rates.
Now, how feasible is a VAT increase of 15%, especially when you consider Nigeria's current economy?
Yeah, to increase tax rate just requires government to amend the law. So actually increasing the VAT rate itself is not a problem. Government will just amend the rate. But if what you mean by it, whether it's feasible, is whether Nigerians can afford it, it will still go back to the question about how it is designed. So if today you're asking the person who is able to afford a 5-star meal in a restaurant, where a plate of a meal will go for as high as 20,000 naira. You ask them to pay 15% of that, by all means, I'm sure they can afford it. But if you have people who don't know where the next meal will come from, and then they are trying to just have, maybe a bottle of a drink or a loaf of bread, and then you ask them to pay more, they can't even now. They are struggling to survive, so they can't give what they don't have. So what would then happen in situations like that is to push more people into poverty, inflation rate will go up, and then you may have to deal with social crisis. And I'm hoping that government will take all of that into account and be able to use data and evidence in making the decision such that it is right for Nigeria, not just what the IMF or any other institution is recommending to them.
Now, by recommending a VAT increase, what do you think the IMF is trying to help Nigeria achieve?
Of course, I think the IMF, they are trying to help. So I don't see anything wrong with their recommendations. It's for us as a country to receive that recommendation and look at it from the lenses of the issues we are dealing with and localize it and see whether it's implementable, to what extent and in what format or shape or structure. So what the IMF is trying to help Nigeria with is that Nigeria has very weak revenue, such that the budget deficit for 2023 is projected to be even more than the entire revenue of government. And once you get to that level with the rising interest rate and yields, it means that it will become more expensive for government to even borrow. And the more government borrows at higher rates, the more the pressure on debt service costs as a percentage of revenue, which is already extremely high. So if you think about that, you say, where can you make revenue from? And how can you save on wasteful spending? And that's where the conversation about removing first subsidy comes from and raising VAT comes from. All of this is to help Nigeria improve the fiscal space, which if it happens, everybody will benefit. Nigeria's sovereign credit rating would improve, which means banks and private sector can even borrow at lower rates, which is good and necessary for investment, expansion, creating jobs, and lifting people out of poverty. So the overall objective is noble. It's just a question of how do you get there in the most pain, I'll say less pain rather, in the most affordable manner that does not create too much dislocation and does not resort into social crisis.
Before I let you go now, what must the government do to balance the situation in terms of getting the needed revenue, but at the same time and not placing more hardship on the people?
Yeah, so all those recommendations by the IMF are quite predictable. So if inflation is rising, the textbook solution is you keep increasing interest rate, right? But again, context and balance is always very important. Within the context of the Nigerian economy, you're not finding the same impact when you raise interest rates as you find in most countries. The reason being that the economy is largely cash-based. In the developed world, people have mortgages, they have credit cards, and once you start raising rates, they actually see their mortgage repayments go up significantly within a short period of time. They see on their credit card that for every $1 that they spend, the cost of that amount goes up, and then they start making adjustments as to their spending. And then once demand and all of those purchases reduce, then you start seeing inflation moderating. But we live in an environment where 1.3 million people are poor. They don't have discretionary spend. So these are people who are just surviving, trying to find what to eat. So I have a lot of the cash in the economy is outside of the banking system. So I don't think that continuing to raise interest rates will solve the problem, especially when the same central bank is giving trillions of naira to government in ways and means. So on one hand, you're trying to mop up money from circulation. You're trying to make it more expensive so that people want to save rather than spend. But you're also sending money to government to spend. So that doesn't help in a way. And, ultimately, if you think about how can government raise revenue without complicating the economic situation, I'll say the first one is we have a significant compliance gap when it comes to taxes. In my estimation, about 6 to 8% of GDP is being lost in tax evasion and aggressive avoidance. So government needs to use data and intelligence to try and bring everybody into the tax net to pay what they need to pay now, not to increase the rate, but just get everybody to comply. Because if you increase the rates, those who are trying to do the right thing, who are compliant, will bear an additional burden. And before you know it, they might even become uncompetitive to play in the market where other guys are doing the same business but are not paying taxes. Another one is harmonization. Today you have over 63 MDAs, that's government-owned enterprises, that are trying to collect one form of tax and levies here and there. With high cost of collection, some of them using consultants, and a lot of inefficiency and sometimes waste and corruption. So why can't we just harmonize the taxes so that only Federal Inland Revenue Service collects all the taxes and levies for government and government agencies? That way they can bring the cost of collection down. Government can harmonize the taxes so they are not 60-something different taxes. They are less than 10. So there are things we can do, in my view, to raise tax revenue without necessarily introducing new taxes or increasing the rate of existing ones, which in my view is like the easy solution that government is trying to do instead of doing the hard work.
Taiwo Oyedele, Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa Tax Leader at PwC, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. And it's a wrap on the program. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. See you next time.
Deep inside Ekwe, along the Lagos Lagoon, more than 145 villages are tucked away, far from the bustling city life. Lagos State, a vast expanse of lagoons and creeks with substantial coastal terrain, is both a place of interest and enigma. A beautiful disaster, the seaweed from South America, has taken over the lagoon, stopping life in its tracks. As far as the eye can see, water hyacinths create the sensation of endless green fields peppered with brilliant pink flowers. Women are giving birth depending on nature only, and their children are growing up, waiting for power and education, hoping for the future.
Kò jẹ́ ká jẹun àbá síìkì kò jẹ́ ká rí bí jáde tó olóyún wọ́n máa ń bímọ sínú ọkọ̀ a lè lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ká tó gúnlẹ̀ sí tọ́ọ̀kì wàhálà yẹn wá pọ̀ jù àárí bí jẹ àwọn kọ́sítọ́mọ̀ wa tó bá lọ sí ọ̀sà báyìí a máa gbé oúnjẹ lọ fún wọn lọ́hùn ni àárí bí jáde ó dìtẹ́ ní wa nílùú àárí bí lọ síbì kankan àdẹ̀rí iṣẹ́ kankan ọ̀sà là ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà là ń ṣe ṣé ti yẹn sìn ọ̀nà mọ́tò yẹn gangan kán wá bá wa ṣe kọ́dẹ̀ wá bá a la tibí apá àkógbèmù kan bá a ṣe títì wa bá ti bá a ṣe títì wa à ní gbádùn.
From Ologbokere to Bodun, Oriba to Ibon. In coastal villages in Ekwe, people urgently need access to healthcare, clean water, and sanitation. energy, and the means to ensure their livelihoods.
Omi mímu ó jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa. Sometimes tá bá máa mu omi àfi ká gbé ọkọ̀ ká cross lọ sí other side láti lọ pọn omi borehole. Kí cross sí other side yẹn máa ń dojú kọ water hyacinth tá bá máa cross. Ìgbà míì ọmọ mi lè lọ kó já lò 3 hours ní ìrìn tí ó yẹ kó ju 20 minutes. Tí ilẹ̀ bá ṣú wọn, ẹ̀fọn mosquito ló máa jẹ wọ́n tí ó máa tó wá fa àrùn sí wọn lára. A ò ní hospital tí ìjọba lè fi máa care fún. Ìṣòro ńlá là ń dojú kọ tí àgbàlagbà bá sick, especially tí àwọn obìnrin bá lóyún tán bá máa bímọ. Èmi ọkọ̀ la máa gbé láti bí ká tó dé Ìjìnrìn, èmi àti bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. Èmi ọmọ ẹ̀ á bímọ tán máa bleed tó jẹ́ pé èmi faint ká tó lè dé Ìjìnrìn. Àdẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láyé ń wojú ẹ̀. Àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tán bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tí òtútù bá ti mú wọn àti gbé wọn dé hospital náà wàhálà ni. Èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò yẹ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tó jẹ́ pé òbèlè kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital. Èmi á ti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà ni ọkọ mi ṣe. Àdẹ̀ máa ń ẹja yẹn máa lọ ń tà. So àwọn ìgbébùnrin tó bá ti ìgbà bíbáyìí ó máa ń wùkú wa, àráyè ń jáde. A lè lo 3 days 4 days ní ẹ̀yìn bíbáyìí tá a ní ráyè jáde rárá láti jáde lọ ta àwọn ọjà wa kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣá. So ìgbébùnrin yẹn gbogbo wọn iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí òun la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí la fi ń jẹun. So tí ìgbébùnrin tá bá tún wá ti lọ dẹ wọn kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó máa ń ba gbogbo iṣẹ́ àwòrán yẹn ó máa ń bàjẹ́. So máa PCC ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ la fi ń manage la fi ń jẹun bí. So tá bá dẹ̀ ti pé kọ̀ọ̀kan yẹn bàjẹ́ ṣá àbí kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kò dẹ̀ sí ìfẹ́fọ̀ láti ẹ̀ máa wá owó láti tún fi lọ fi ra nǹkan ẹ̀mí. So àwọn ìgbébùnrin dẹ̀ máa ń disturb tẹ́ kó máa ń ba nǹkan yẹn jẹ́ tó dẹ̀ máa ń PCC ẹ̀.
Mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú. Mo wá síbí báyìí láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí wọ́n máa ń pẹja ń lu yìí. Torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic. Mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom. Torí ẹ̀ mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
Nǹkan tí mo rí ìbáyìí ni pé bí ìbáyìí bó ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀. So school tó dẹ̀ wà bí ìbáyìí náà kẹrì kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀. Kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbí báyìí school tó wà níbí báyìí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bí báyìí fún wọn student wọn ní bí báyìí. Kò dẹ̀ tí wá sí títì kò tún sí omi kò tún sí anything bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà nígboro kò sí ní bí báyìí. So nǹkan tó ń tẹ́ wa ní bí báyìí nìyẹn.
Basic sanitation is absent, since their source of drinking water, the lagoon, also serves as the main conduit for waste disposal.
We need to create a coastal development agency at the level of Lagos State that can look at housing, infrastructure, water supply, health system for these people. We need to make this environment comfortable for these people to live in. Lagos is not just about the central Lagos or metropolitan Lagos. First and foremost, we need a short-term intervention. Government needs to come and reach these people at their health, especially in the area of health challenges, water supply, and schooling. Secondly, as a long term, we need to create a coastal development agency at the level of state to address holistically all the problems encountered by these people.
This project is a call to action to support the sustainable development and human rights of these riverine communities.
It's relative for me. Like, see, it's both for love and for money.
I'll slap you.
No, it's true.
Do you know why I'll slap you?
Wait.
Let
I never finish. Wait. I never finish.
Okay.
Wait.
Your blood is hot too.
You know what? Ask me
right.
where. Now in Africa, it's not possible that the girl will marry the old man for love. Okay. I'm talking of abroad, though.
You say Africa now.
No, in Africa, you know the possible. Now for
No,
money.
Why can't you be?
No. I thought he said can a woman marry someone
Young
that's
ladies
younger.
getting married to
old men.
Okay,
what's the old man's range? Age range.
Maybe like 60.
28-year-old. You can't marry for love. She marry for money.
Even the abroad you're talking about,
Yeah,
like
most
most of them in that same abroad, they don't get married to themselves. Probably like a wise young babe. Make she come they follow one older man for abroad. It's not possible. Now Nigeria you go say on Africa. If say you say
they do now.
No,
Emmanuel Macron and a wife.
I'm not saying
Emmanuel
that
Macron and a wife
but
now. French president.
You know plenty.
You're not dead.
But he love the woman.
You know plenty.
There's no
Let me see
statistics.
them.
No, they plenty over there. They plenty over there. And for here, no day. They plenty there, but here, no day.
Can we talk about Africa?
Okay, let's
let's
but in Africa, Nigeria, you know the
let's talk
possible.
about like Nigeria particularly. It's not possible.
Nah, lie. Nigeria girl. Nah, lie. You know the possible.
Can we?
You know the possible.
Joe, are you looking for me?
Nah, money. Nah, money.
Wait, one house.
Why are you like this now?
Okay,
Can't she love the person?
Love which person? How?
Don't we have people that are in our eyes here that they are in love?
But what are you telling me now? Wait, first, what are you telling me?
Who are the people? We need names.
There's this saying. There's a saying where I come from that a man is, a man is just as ugly as his pocket is. So, like, if you have money as a man, you're fine. You're fine. But I feel like it's going to be very as a young lady in this time, as a millennial lady in this time, for you to want to marry an older man for the sake of love. What there must have been something that pushed you to that love path in the first place. And what did?
Thank you for being
What did actually, like, I find it outrageous. I find it outrageous because I'm going to stand tomorrow, like, you know that he's going to advance in age, and I'm going to advance in it. I'm going to get to see, I'll see, you know, my mates getting married to younger guys and doing stuff and living their life. This dude has lived his best life.
Yeah.
Do you understand? He has given his best life already. So what is left?
That's see.
What love? Let me tell you. You might feel like okay, it's love. You might feel like it's love. You might feel like, listen, when a guy shows you, when a guy brings the world to your feet, you said you will be a devil for you not to show love to that person. If that is the love you're talking about, I agree. But the love that you and I and we all know that will make you stick to a young man that is still striving to come up is not the same love you give to that old man. Be realistic. See, I still find it outrageous till tomorrow because I know how ladies like. I know how ladies like.
It's not her point of view. It's the point of view of every woman.
What woman?
Every woman.
I'm a woman, my brother.
My brother, forget that to
So you can marry a 70.
You're talking now. You're not a woman.
Wait, can you marry a 75-year-old man?
Now listen to me.
Question.
Like I want to explain something about that lady you're talking about.
We are listening.
Now you don't know what way the man treats her. You don't understand.
I said it already.
There's a way a man would treat you. You forget about what he looks like.
That's what she said.
Don't talk about this. Because of his money. Don't
how will he not treat
you?
What are you saying? What are you saying?
Hold up.
He respects you. What? Don't face me.
No,
we just want this. No, we just want it. Just answer the question. They want to ask you.
Please.
Calm down.
Just answer.
How can you guys say that?
Just answer.
Old man like this one way we talk. Man, no talk.
Yeah.
Old man.
No talk too much. Just give her 65 years.
And young babe, 65-year-old man, young babe.
Like how
this
old?
babe way we talk.
Like her age.
Then the guy no get money. Maybe say na ruwa the guy they say water. For
why will he say
down?
Okay, no, brother, no put ruwa. Just put normal business. In get shop. Where they say, oh yeah.
Okay, shop.
Normal shop.
Chebi say no be money matter. He dey sell water. Ruwa, he dey push am. But as he dey push that water, he's checking up on her every day.
He's
showing
respecting you.
Anytime
yes, he's respecting you.
100 naira, buy apple.
Bring for you.
Just
take her like that.
I don't know. I'm not there.
But you say you are speaking for the Nigerian women.
I'm telling you. I'm not. I said some persons.
Madam,
you can have one person in a million.
Brother, my sister.
Do you know when I can believe your line of thought? This is your assertion now. When I see a poor broke ass old nigga
getting married to
a young
it's not common.
Do you know? Then I agree.
Do you know the question I want to ask? Do you know the question I want us to ask her?
What is us? And why are you all asking me?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Can you advise your daughter, maybe your daughter of 22 years old, to follow a man of maybe like 70 years?
No, 65.
The man no get money.
Follow your heart.
The man no get money.
Comfort, it can never be your wish.
He no get money.
It can never be your wish.
They stay one room.
You are not a good mother. For you to do that, you are not a good mother.
You can never
why
be your wish.
you say you go tell her that make she follow her heart on top waiting?
What will he be doing?
I will check that heart. Are you saying that they are 70-year-old men that don't have money? You're not asking. So they are not 70-year-old men.
Madam, did I not tell you something? Sorry. The fact say you build house no mean say you get money.
Oh, babe.
Wait,
not to say because somebody.
One house.
I'm not going.
Do you know
that
the
way.
point? Okay, I know where you
missed
it.
No, I didn't miss anything.
Wait.
Just saying to you, somebody said that it has to be pushing. What did you say?
Ruwa, you didn't say water.
I said, what was it doing with the
You
first
made
5 years of his life?
Do you know what? Let me tell you what we now deduce from what you asked. Is that there are no 75-year-old poor men?
I didn't say no.
No, you saying that. What was he doing with his life?
I said, what was he doing?
There are so many. There's no need for that question. There are people like that.
What are you telling me?
It's important for me. I want to know. What was he doing? Now, if someone
he was surviving.
Excuse me.
He was surviving.
Those 70-year-old poor men that you know, how many of them are without their wives or their children? They've not had all their children. How many of them?
Imagine.
I'm just saying that don't just nail it to the point that everybody that marries a rich man married the person because of the money.
They marry for money.
Stop saying that.
Okay, forget this way to talk.
Can I ask you a question? Can you get married? Can you get married to a 65-year-old person?
Excuse me, don't say me.
Then what you say? My dear, any young girl that marry an old man from 65 years that has money, married for money, she didn't marry for any love. Say, go and quote me, write it in Wikipedia.
Are you saying you cannot fall in love?
Go and write it.
Are you saying you cannot fall in love with a man?
You're not getting my point.
The question is, can you fall in love with a man that is 70?
Don't get me wrong. I just said that not everyone. Let's not generalize that everybody that gets married to a rich man that is old married him because of money. Let's not say that.
Me, I'm saying this. Don't write it in Google that I said it.
I will say it without apology.
Yes, even me.
Because of money.
Because of money.
Without apology.
In Nigeria, it's because of money.
Guys, one house. When we talk in general, we're talking in majority. It is from majority we draw our strength to generalize. Yeah. And majority of people, of young ladies, majority of young ladies that marry. Realistic. I know the heart. Listen, do you know why I'm for money?
I'm just saying that you cannot just say everyone.
Okay, but majority.
That's what I want to.
There are some that marry for love, huh?
Some they can marry for love. Yes.
One 26-year-old girl. We go see.
You know, yeah, first point. You know, yeah, first point. Our first point, we say, okay, say the old man. Probably the old man is taking care of the girl the way that you are. What are you telling me?
So you can't. No, wait. So what do you mean that all the love you know in this life is only money that can show love?
No, it's I'm not saying.
You now do you have money?
Only old people will show you.
Because two of them they within the same age range.
Old people, now only old man will show you.
They are within the same age range.
Now I understand how to take care because I don't get experience way wide like that.
Oh, you don't get money. You know how to fling the money.
That's a low blow.
You know how to fling the money.
Affection. You can only love your mate.
Yes.
Not someone way older than you.
Why are you saying
it's in Nigeria? Is it true?
You can love someone way older than her.
Like 10 years. Like 10 years.
She will come.
We're not talking 10 years now. Not 10 years today.
Excuse me. I didn't face I'm asking like 10 years.
No, I'm not saying 10 years. 10 years is still okay. In fact, 10 years now the limit. Once it pass 10 years, it don't end.
So if it's 15 years now, it cannot work.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You marry 65-year-old. Okay, not you.
Okay,
sorry, I'm just.
Yes, why
not? Let me ask you a question.
No, if you're speaking to a you're the one use your chest. You're the one backing it up. Yeah.
Now question.
It doesn't mean you can't
carry on.
Use your chest.
Yes.
Because you agree with it.
So let's say what Ola wants to tell her.
Okay, are you listening? You marry 65-year-old person.
I don't know why you're whispering there.
And you're 25.
Must you know why I'm whispering?
Madam, wait now. Madam, and you're 25. 25 plus 10. That's 35. Then 10 again plus that's 65. Wait now. 10 again plus that's 65. That's 75. The man can't die at the age of 75. Then you are still 35.
I will be married now.
Imagine.
Then the husbands are there now. You got big from market. Well done. I will remarry.
If you want to remarry, say na still old man you go still marry. If you want to remarry, na still that old man.
No, you can't just you can't just say.
You're not old, babe.
You can't. No, I'm not.
Can a 25-year-old babe be sexually aroused to a 70-year-old man?
That's impossible. That's impossible.
What are you saying?
No, that's impossible.
Why you know what is very realistic?
That's impossible.
If she doesn't like sex.
She doesn't like sex.
What are you telling me?
We have said in this house
out of all the ladies who get for
if you are an active person sexually, you have a business.
99.9% of the ladies we have in this world, they like sex. 99.9 they like sex. Like not like being a sex monger, but they like sex. Normal. Two of us. Exactly.
Sex is a beautiful thing.
Exactly. At that point, you're getting here.
Welcome, first timer.
Share the joke. What's funny?
How did you think a 75-year-old man?
Now they ask.
What did you say?
She said she. Wait till that question. She said we make me ask her.
I said, can a young babe be around?
So you now said what?
Naked 75-year-old man.
Is it a 70? I said. So how active do you think a 70-year-old man is?
But do you know that? Wait, let me just say something wait. As men grow older, their sex urge increases.
No, you read it wrongly.
It's true.
No,
understand how
increases. Women increases
sex.
It's the woman.
Urge is a different thing. Calm down.
Woman is the one that decreases.
Yeah, I concur to what you.
I agree to what you.
Exactly.
Different thing.
I'm saying something.
Let her finish.
Tranquility.
That means that
tranquility,
at 70 years, those are your fathers.
Yes.
When they were 70, they used to marry small babes for them. Do you remember?
Yes.
Wait now. Do they sex those babes?
Yes.
Did they sex?
Wait now.
they sex them to satisfaction?
Do they sex them?
To satisfaction.
Stop saying.
There's a difference between sexing a lady to get her pregnant. Sexing her to satisfy her.
Wait. Let me tranquility. You were here last week when we said that.
Joanne,
wait.
shut up with this.
You just mentioned 2 people that said a robber came to the house. Was raping somebody's wife, and the woman reached orgasm for the first time in her life. Do you know that story?
Yes.
Now, is that man, her husband, is he an old man? Why has she not reached orgasm?
Let me tell you what will happen. Let me tell you what will happen now. There's every tendency that you young guy outside your marriage.
You said what?
If you get married to an old man, there's a very high tendency a young person outside the marriage.
It's not
to satisfy your.
To satisfy your high tendency. There is all the tendency.
Thank you,
100%.
To do what?
To satisfy a young boy.
Yes.
Because the man is not doing anything.
Because the young man
You know that there's no argument.
satisfy you. It's
Honestly,
not
there's no
possible.
argument.
Tell me again that is dating an old man as a sugar daddy. Has ever said
Can't
she's
tell me
ever
an elderly man
satisfied?
is elderly man is not active guy. A guy in your range is
Do we still? Give me Kineku.
even that about Alafin, I just married again. Now I'm this thing. That about Alafin.
Let's even switch it down. Let's not look as if we are just attacking you now. Might just ask you now. Can a 27-year-old guy can a 27-year-old guy marry a 65-year-old woman for love?
Now listen. Since we're talking about this sex they're talking about now, that sex thing, the guy cannot get it from that woman. But a man can get it from the other, from the lady.
Okay, so sex and love now.
You don't get me because we were
No, you know what? My lord.
My lord, wait.
My lord, may I?
You go shoot yourself.
Wait now. We were saying before that somebody is 70 and cannot service a young girl. Is that not what we said?
Yes.
And I said that he can service her. Is that what I said?
Service is one thing.
We're listening.
Service, he can service. I said he can service her. Now, if the table is changed, what I said before, wait. I said to you that when a woman is growing older, her sex, whatever, drops.
Come down, okay.
Good. So the boy that is having enough libido and all of it, he cannot. As in that woman cannot satisfy his urge.
So he will go outside bar.
That's his own business. I don't know.
Okay, now good. Thank you very much.
What?
You have just mixed the gunpowder.
Which shoot yourself in the leg.
You shoot yourself.
It's a lie.
You're the one that's going
You can't shoot me.
You will shoot yourself. I'm telling you.
You
Now
can't
listen
shoot
now,
me.
calm down.
So
now you said the guy, the
Yes.
27-year-old guy now, because his sexual urges are still okay. The woman's own, it don't come
It
down.
has gone down.
So he cannot get that sexual satisfaction
from that
the
woman.
woman.
But in
Hence,
the case of
he
girl,
needs- no, calm down.
the girl
Hence,
will
he
get
needs to
what
go out. Yes,
I not say it's going out.
Okay, more no even agree say go out.
It's not
Okay,
going
now,
out. It can
calm
down.
down.
Yes.
So wait, why did he not marry that woman?
He can love her now.
Wait, love what about
Love
her?
what?
It's only sex you love about somebody.
What is that other thing you love?
What are you saying? So you mean
can't-
that if you love
Wait,
What's
that other
love?
thing
Do
you
you
love?
love for the
So many
woman?
other things.
Like
Yes.
what things? Like what things?
What do you love in your guy when you don't?
That is because two of them are young.
What do
would they
you love
love?
in your
What's
babe?
that other thing you
Excuse
will
me, what
love?
do you love in your babe?
Comfort, answer now.
I don't want to
agree.
know.
Me, I
you
don't
need to
want
answer.
Tell me what you love in your babe.
Sex and other things.
Okay, the guy will
You-
love other things. Like you to tell me.
No.
You can't put me on
You
the
are
spot.
the
I
answer.
know.
You are the one putting yourself on the spot.
There-
No, because you're
comfort.
not.
Excuse
You can't
me.
back up your point. You can't back up the point you're trying to prove.
What are you
No,
saying?
You can't back up
she's
your
making
point.
an
What are you
excellent
saying?
point to
What are you saying?
which I
Excellent
want everybody
point.
to hear very
What
well.
excellent
She just
point?
said it now that
That
the
what?
27-year-old guy would not be able to cope with a 65-year-old woman sexually because he would not be what? He's satisfied. Fine. Now I said, why did he marry her? At least we all believe that okay, if you marry someone it's because you love that person. Okay, now the sex is not there for you to love. Meaning there is something else you love that made you marry this woman.
Character will be good.
Okay,
character.
character.
So,
Yes, now.
Okay, and what again?
Please.
You guys can't satisfy yourself sexually.
It's
So
the
why
only
you
sex that
someone?
okay. If your husband doesn't have
wait.
erection, you cannot stay with him. You will leave him and go.
I will not. Let me tell you.
You will leave him and go.
So wait.
You will what?
Wait. If my husband, first of all, I will know. How will I not know that my husband will not have
Before
erection?
you got married, he was having it. You understand? Something now happened. The thing has dropped.
That is medical.
I don't know.
They can't
Will
treat
you
it.
leave
That's
now?
different. That one is different.
It's not different.
It's different.
This one, the original is not.
Excuse me.
What are you even saying?
If you can walk out on him at that point. She too can do the same. So what are you
I
saying?
didn't say I walk out
You
on
did-
me.
you did not.
Because when I was trying to
no,
wait, calm down, comfort. You're just trying to turn this thing into like
You know?
Like
I don't even understand what you're trying to say.
I don't get.
You said that. You said, first of all, my husband, there's no way I will not know that if he has erection problem or something. But you're not saying that, oh, what if he's been having full erection, normal erection.
I'm just wait.
Just calm down.
I'm saying that
calm down.
That is if the only reason you are staying with him is because of sex. Are you with the man for sex alone? You're not with him for sex alone.
But wait, you're not allowing her to address what you said.
Let her keep talking.
She doesn't get my point. I'm not saying that you're leaving him because of that situation. I'm asking that will you leave him because he has sexual problem?
Wait,
and she just said yes. She said yes.
She said no. Listen.
She said
listen now. Listen. Can someone else talk?
Talk. You can
someone
talk.
else
You can talk. You can talk.
She said that if he's been having full erection before they got married, and when they got married, for some reason, he's not having full erection. She said she will not leave him. Now listen, when you marry a 75-year-old woman as a man, even before going into that marriage, you already know that this woman's sexual prowess cannot match your sexual prowess.
Even in that kind of scenario,
he's not
in that kind of
safe.
scenario,
Listen,
is the woman you're trying to satisfy. You're not trying to satisfy yourself.
Excuse me,
that's
what I'm
it.
from that place is that the only reason why you are in marriage is not sex.
But sex is an integral reason.
Who said that's the only reason why you're getting married?
Why you are
comfort,
sex?
Comfort.
You cannot do
Yes. He still cannot work without.
No, there's no way you be married. See, sex is very, very important.
It still can.
It's
Yes.
an integral part of
Very,
marriage.
very important.
I want this off.
Wait first.
There is no way you want to.
Wait,
What is
comfort. You can lie to yourself till tomorrow. You can lie to yourself, but sex is very important. 100.
I want to hear you.
Wait. Comfort, wait. Joanne, you said.
I say sex is very, very. You can lie to yourself.
Very waiting.
Important.
Oh my God.
You can tell yourself the character.
That settles it.
You can tell yourself character, personality. He treats me well. He loves me. He shows me love. But still, you cannot take
marriage.
In fact, the worst thing is to lie to yourself, and you shouldn't even do that.
People
You cannot
get
take it away. You can't take it away.
You see the thing there? I stand to be corrected though. There are two main reasons why people get married to each other: sex and money. You pick one. You love the sex.
Oh, you love the money. Okay.
You're trying to
one. You can't do without those two. That's why I said there are two main reasons. Now a character can come, oh yes, he's caring, he's loving, she's hardworking, she's this, she's that. But those two, if one is not there, the other one must be there. If the sex is not there, the money must be there. Now. That's why that person is staying there. If the money is not there, then the sex must be there. The reason why older men will marry younger babes because the girl does not have money, but she has what? She will give it to him. She will satisfy him very well. That's why a guy will marry an older woman because she can't give him the sex, but what? She has the money to give him. That's why he will stay there. So it is if one is not there, one must be there. So you cannot now tell me that one young guy like me,
because he has character, but he's
someone like
me,
but he's broke. I will not carry one 65-year-old woman that is selling bolly on the street.
As in how? Like, it doesn't even happen in the movies.
Emphasis
It doesn't happen in the movies.
Listen, I will not say no because she's caring. Because
every
evening when I come back from work,
and you man is respectful. She feels that and presents the ball to you. It doesn't happen.
To hell with the character.
It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in the movies. So it can't even happen in real life.
I will appreciate the character ish in a younger lady.
Yes.
Not in a woman.
She's supposed to have good character. What she did with bad character?
Just the way a younger lady.
No, but we have older women that have bad character.
She said I want to marry a younger guy. Come on.
Be very humble.
Come on, freaky.
Why? Be very humble.
Just to be very humble.
Just the way a younger babe, because the man has money.
Yes.
She would treat the man. Yes. Oh, baby. In fact, she would. 65 man when they say.
Baby, she call him baby.
They call him baby in front of people in subordinates. Well,
baby.
She would call him baby. Now the thing, what I'm just trying to say is this now. A younger lady will appreciate a guy that has character, a guy that is caring, a guy that is loving, a guy in her same age bracket. I'm not saying age mates now. Age bracket like
age
2, 3, 4, 5 years difference. Not 65 years. What is she looking for apart from money?
So
Young boys can give you that love.
So that's
but you need that extra.
Wait, that 65-year-old man. They did not born him well. Not to be respectful to the woman. Come and be beating the 20-something-year-old that he married. He won't. So my point still is that
you know, but even shit.
It just. No matter how you want to look at it, like I appreciate love. Like I feel like love is a very beautiful thing, and then everybody should try and experience it at some point in their lives. But it is going to be almost impossible, if not impossible, for you to find a lady in her 20s that still has her full life staring at her. She still has hope that her future is bright.
70-year-old man.
You just fell my hand now. You just fell my hand.
How?
She just fell my hand now. What she said is not very correct. It is impossible. Don't say almost impossible. It is impossible.
Like in your 20s, life has not hit you all the gas goes. You still have your future still shining.
Exactly.
And then you now say you don't marry an old man.
Person will go die in 10, 15 years to come. You don't even think about that.
You're not bringing anybody to live your life. I promise you're not offering anybody to that man. You are not offering anybody to that man. That man has lived his best life. What do you say?
I'm done.
Talk now.
No, I won't say again.
Why you not talking?
Why would I say it?
She said in the note, after all, old men marry small girls.
That's the issue, Avi. That's child. That's what we're trying to curb now. It's an issue.
It's something that is
prearranged.
That one, yeah.
So is it right? It's not love.
It's RNG. That one is not love.
They don't happily.
They don't. Madam,
I live in the north. I live in the north. I grew up in the north. They don't.
Happily what? It's RNG. It's RNG.
You know the woman wants love man. Comfort. It's not as if they feel happy doing it. I'm telling you. They feel like it's an obligation.
Exactly.
So you know when you're performing an obligation, you do it with all dedication. Like that's how they do it. It's their duty. Okay, my father have said, is this Allah decided to say I'll marry at this point in my life. They now see that I'm an obligation that I have to marry him. Thank you. So they can't do it because of love. They can't do it grudgingly. You think they don't have their mate that they like?
Do they like?
They don't like it. They live their life like that.
The religion.
You think they like it? Yes.
They are caged. It's not as if they're happy.
I have plenty. I was born in the north. I have plenty that I was friends with. They said it. There's one that's run away.
They tell you say Olosho no one work for Central Bank.
She won't work
first. You go work for there.
She go leave the work.
And when you're growing up in a particular environment and then you're being groomed and you see everybody, your fellow young girls getting married, following that same party. Naturally, you just feel like by socialization, you feel like it's normal. Yes. You've not experienced something else.
You think they want to be married to someone that is old, that is their grandfather?
They wouldn't want to go.
Or you think they don't have their mates?
That gets married to an
it's
old
for
guy,
money.
Or any young guy that gets married to an old guy.
It's for money.
It's for money.
Okay.
End of discussion.
In my own case, please. I'm not going to nail everybody that's
okay, no
problem. Some persons can marry for love.
There's nobody that can marry for love.
No, it can fall.
At that age,
nobody.
At that age.
Can marry for love.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
We are here today to celebrate my exhibition, for people to see what I've been doing for the past 10 years or so, because majority of the works that you are seeing on the display are 10 years or 12 years old, because they are transformative in nature. Because over the years, I've been building on them idea-wise, according to what is going on within the country, what is going on in my environment, what is happening to me. So those are the things that informed whatever you are seeing on display here. The exhibition is more or less like the artist is doing his birthday, whereby people will come, wish you well. Some will come, pass one or two comments, compliment-wise or the otherwise. But majorly, exhibition in the life of an artist is more or less like an exposition, whereby people come to see what you have been doing over the years, and they want to interact with what they are seeing. Probably that will inform some questions reaction, observation, and reservation. I pick out 35 works out of about 100 that I have in the studio. I pick out 35, and those 35 were carefully chosen for people to see for the past 10 years how far I have been moving. You understand? Because I started my journey from the Polytechnic to Universal Studio of Art to University of Benin, to Obafemi Awolowo University, Kunle Adeyemi Studios. So when all these places that I mentioned, you will see the reflections in the works on display. Because when you are looking at the print, you should be reflecting at Kunle Adeyemi Studio. when you are looking about some of the expressionist work there, we should be talking about Ife. When you are looking at the landscape, we should be talking about Universal Studios of Art and some other things. It is not an easy feat, but the truth of the matter is this. As an artist, let me take it from this angle. He who God has given talent, God has given problem. Every artist will face one challenges or the other, especially when you are yes. The area of the fund, materials, everything, that one is a general thing. I have to look at the reactions of my materials, the colors, and every other thing. For the sculptors, they have to look at the materials they are going to use. Is it going to be wood carving? Is it going to be cold cast? Is it going to be bronze or any other thing? So we have challenges here and there. On the other hand, some artists, they have studio challenge. Where are they going to work? Probably the studio is not big enough. The studio is not conducive enough. For an artist, the challenge is very, very diverse. What inspires me most is life in itself. Life generally, your day-to-day activities is one of the major things that challenge every artist. Every artist will draw inspiration from what is happening around us, your personal life, your environment, the political situation in the country. Those are the areas that we draw inspiration from. This is more or less a surrealistic expression of me trying to look at what is going on in the country. You understand? I merely use the lizard as a metaphor of what is going on in the country. I use the calabash more or less like a globe. That is the Nigeria. That's why you can see green, white, and green. You understand? And the general populace entirely. So I'm using this lizard here to represent Mr. President, because I titled it the flag bearer. Is the one that everybody will be referring to as Mr. President. And that is the chief of staff up there, the person in charge of the administration of the presidency or the governor office. And every other lizard there, you can see that we still have some other citizen, other lizard in green, white, green, here and there, you understand? And you see other lizard clouded in a flag of other nation. This is Israel, this Germany or so, this is France, this is Brazil, this is Ghana, UK, China, sorry, this is Japan, and that is China. So I use all this lizard to suggest other nations that are benefiting from Nigeria. And you see the ministers, I use all these other lizards as the ministers, the governor in the country. You understand? So majority of our political leaders, they are under-dealing. You understand? They are the one more or less eating the fruit of the nation without Mr. President knowing anything about it, because Mr. President is up there, you understand, discussing with the world power. Meanwhile, the commissioners, the ministers, the governors, they are down here trying as much as possible to milk the fruit of the nation. So now you can see this one here. This one have succeeded in going up, discussing with Mr. President in itself. So Mr. President is here, and this is China. Because when you look at everything that we are using today, from our phone to our road construction, everything, China are already taking over. So the Chinese are already discussing with Mr. President, while the commissioners, the ministers, every one of them are under-dealing at the background. That is why some ministers are more richer than the president, some governors are more richer than the president, even some local government chairmen are richer than the governor. So if we are unable to solve these corruptions going on here, it is going to lead us to that place where we have the other work there. That other work is what I title civil action. That if you are unable to solve the problem here, the country is likely going to go in flame, whereby we are going to have massive protests. And if at that point we are unable to solve that problem of that massive protest, it will lead us to the third work, whereby the nation will experience outright war. So you can see here, so that is why I titled this work Premonition. Premonition is that what I am more or less predicting what is likely going to happen if this issue of insecurity, corruption, nepotism, tribalism, if we cannot solve all those problems at this stage, by the time we get here, there is going to be massive unrest in the nation, whereby you see people will come all over. All Nigerians will come from wherever they are, and they are going to have massive protests in Nigeria. So if we are unable to solve that problem here, then we are going to move. That will lead us to the total breakdown of law and order, whereby the country will go in flame. You understand? The country will go in flame, well, whereby we are going to have outright war. As at that time, the issue of negotiation will not be there again. So at this point, if you are unable to still resolve it, then the country will disintegrate. You can see that at this point, the green, white, green is gradually fading off. So we have the fourth one that is suggesting that if at this point we can still not get it right, that the country will break into pieces, whereby everybody will go their different ways. So that is the political angle of this exhibition. So we still have the other aspect that deals with our cultural landscape, our day-to-day activities like the market scene that you can see there. That is our day-to-day activities that is happening around us. So that is the motive of this exhibition, to translate messages to people. Possibly, the artist might not have the right words to really categorize himself, to really explain himself better than those people who are really looking at them. The artist have done his job. It is left to the journalists, the writers, the art historians, for them to digest it and bring out whatever they think they are seeing. So for any artist to critically analyze or want to explain all that he has done, he or she will be doing a kind of injustice to him or herself. art is inborn. Though we have some persons that they will go and learn how to draw, but as an artist, once you call yourself an artist, it means it is inborn. So whatsoever you are going to create will come naturally, either in the area of sculpture, painting, graphics, ceramics. It will come naturally. So the reason why the artist will go to school is for artists to be refined. Every artist at the tutelage, we are more or less like a crude oil. When you tap crude oil from the ground, it will have to go through refining process, whereby you get some other valuable materials from the crude. So from the point, your entry point into the school, you are crude. You go through the school for you to be refined. So when you are refined, that is when you either become a painter, a sculptor, a graphic artist, a cinematographer, or any other thing. So at that point, that is when you say that I'm a professional, I'm an artist, I'm a painter. But at the point of when you enter the school, you are nobody. How did I start painting? The journey was rough. It was rough, smooth, bumpy, but we are here today. I just want to cut it short.
Olojo is not a hidden phenomenon in the visual arts. He's been there, he's been paying his dues, and so whatever that's going to happen, particularly in the area of exhibitions or in the area of research in art, you can always trace it, to some few individuals who are making it work in this climb. So Olojo particularly is not a hidden name in visual art, so he's actually a very famous artist, so we must hear what happens sometimes when he's having a show like this. I have seen, just like the title of the exhibition, Entreaties, I have actually seen him breaking boundaries, into the areas of paintings, the area of media, mixed media. From the title of the exhibition, Entreaties, he has actually entered into so many areas of visual arts, printmaking, deep etching, painting, mixed media, and of course almost a three-dimensional. But I would be